I'm almost here. Oh gosh. Sorry, I'm just like very busy. Oh no. Way too much going on. I kind of fell asleep this morning. And then I realised the time. Oh no. I am here. Hi. Oh my gosh. I am sorry. Wait, that's the wrong button. What am I doing here? There we go. Hi. I'm sorry I'm running so late. Oh, somehow I accidentally fell asleep. Like, oh, just before the stream. I say just before the stream. Like, I was getting up and fell asleep again. I'd already been up. I'd already been getting stuff done. Like, since about 8. Oh. And then I just suddenly woke up in bed. I'm like, oh my gosh. When did this happen? What time is it? And then I looked at the clock. It's like 6 minutes to. I'm like, no. We'll get everything ready. Oh, I need to advertise a stream. Need to tell people I'm live. I'm live. I'm alive. Am I alive? I don't know. I don't feel alive. I feel like slightly insane. Oh gosh. There we go. Oh, I'm gonna advertise a stream. I'm gonna advertise a stream. What am I doing? There we go. PayPal. Oh, okay. How is everybody today? I hope you're doing better than I am. Do you ever have that sort of thing? I also I had really active dreams. Like, do you know the type where, you know, you kind of feel like you're alive, kind of? No, like, you know, you're doing stuff. You're doing stuff. Like, you're like you're all getting up, you are getting stuff done. And then you wake up and then you find out, no, you just dreamt it all. That was a dream. That was the dream. The evil dream. Okay. Okay, I need to like... advertise the stream for... What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh... I did get... I've not finished building for outdoors yet. I've got 10 Corsairs left. After the stream yesterday, you might have known I was feeling ill afterwards. And I ordered myself a Burger King. And I accidentally ordered 2 of my meals that I normally order instead of 1. That's how dizzy I was. I was being silly. And why did my screen just turn off? Monitor, let me see what's going on. There we go. Oh, images and video, advertise on Reddit, live. Okay, how do I do this? Click this button. Temporary thumbnails. Control C. Tower super cool. The Tower are super cool. Okay, live. Tower handcam streams. Handcam streams. Yeah. And then we paste. Handcam thumbnail 221. Oh, next of this weekend, we're going to get some painting done. We're going to get some painting done. Yeah. I'll try to get some painting done between the streams. Oh, no, that's not the correct thumbnail. How did that happen? No, I want this thumbnail. There we go. Control C first. Thumbnails. Handcam thumbnails. I'm a silly Billy. Oh. Also, what do you think the new ARC models are? I have no idea at the moment. I'm thinking maybe Mega Knobs. Okay. Drop this here. Handcam thumbnail. Drop this here. Live now. Actually, no, don't drop that one there. What do you do? Because I've not... I didn't even advertise my stream earlier, did I? I didn't do an entire thing of, hey, I'm going to be streaming soon. I'm so disorganized today. Why? Why? Why am I so bad? Terrible at everything. Okay. Okay, we're building. We're building for Warhammer Mechas. Oh, speaking of Warhammer Mechas, that's what we're doing today. We're building like Tau battle suits and stuff. Mainly Crisis battle suits and, you know, for Cold Star Commanders or whatever. But I was watching, you know, for Warhammer television stuff, and I watched Broken Lance, which is about, you know, the Imperial Knights versus Chaos Knights animation. And it was okay. It wasn't great. The animation quality felt like, honestly, a video game. Some of it was really cool, but a lot of it was kind of meh. The fights, at least the later half of the animation for fights were kind of meh, were janky, were silly, they didn't have as much emotion as they really wanted it to have. The first half of the animation had relatively decent battles, but the issue is that the story was just so messy and convoluted. And they just had so much time talking. You got all these giant mecha robots and you just got two people talking. And blah, 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 blah. Which would feel good if they had anything, like, interesting to talk about. And they didn't have anything interesting to talk about. They were just like me. Just talking. Oh, just talking about nonsense. But what is that nonsense? Hi, Mal. How you doing? I hope you're doing well today. Head pat. No, don't head pat me. The giant hand Cuptle is attacking me. Help me, Cuptle. The beacon. Mal. Hello. How you doing? Or you can vote for what book you want me printed here. Oh, generating image is it's adorable. I still have no idea what this is. I'm imagining Mega War Bossin Mega Armor multi-kit. New Arc Boys. And Mega Knobs, maybe? I don't know. Really hard to know. Really hard to know. You're mentally exhausted. Me too. And a little bit physically. A little bit physically as well. Okay, where's my gloves? Where's my gloves? I hope you start feeling better soon, Mal. I hope you start feeling better soon. Because we got tower to build. And you can't be mentally exhausted when there's tower around. Actually, you can. But they're a bit mentally exhausting themselves. I'm getting my gloves on. Why did I put the hand cam on without the gloves? I don't know. Oh gosh. I am a mess today. Is my window open? Yeah, it's wide open. There's no better feeling not in this life than building Tau. Yeah. Actually, are you like mentally exhausted in a way that you're like, oh no, I don't like this? Are you mentally exhausted in a way it's like, you know, I've been working hard and now I'm really, really tired. But, you know, I feel good. Because sometimes you do that, you know, you've had a really productive day and it just absolutely knocks you out and exhausts you, but you feel happy about it. It's like, it's almost like a reward for hard work. How headache intensifies. No! Yeah, yesterday, when we were making models, I had to cut the stream a little bit shorter than I intended because I had such a bad headache. I wasn't sure if it was like blue fumes or anything like that. Oh gosh, sorry. I forgot to get this blooming set up, didn't I? Configure video. Set this down to 3. Maybe to 2. Then gamma up. Brightness down. Saturation. Sharpness. There we go. Hi, Banry. How you doing? There we go. Get off my head. Oh no. I know a way to make your headache better. You know a way to make my headache better. Beacon of... Oh, thank you. Love hearts. Give me head. I head back, thank you. Come on, Cuptle. Get some head pats. Yeah. Cuptle likes this head pat. You do. You do. But let me get the big old box. I've got a big old box here. That's a drop pod box. Oh. Big old towel box. Well, we've already built one broadside battle suit on the channel. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to focus on all that's in this box. But it's not actually just a combat patrol box. I've used it to store a bunch of other model set kits as well. All my towel except that one broadside battle suit are in here. So let's look. Tau Fireblade Commander. Yeah, well, we'll do him later. Stealth battle suits I like, but we can focus on them later. Let's first focus on the Cold Star Commander. Is this the Code Star Commander? I think it might be. Oh, no. That's the Crisis Battle Suit set. Yeah, Crisis Battle Suit set. Ah. There we go. Those are Tau Pathfinders. And here is a Code Star Commander. Yeah! Oh! I need a big old base for him. Okay, it's Tau Breachers, Tau Pathfinders. Where's this big old base? It is here. Oh! I think I'm probably going to need a couple of droney bases. Droney bases. A couple of shield drones. Oh, okay, one of the drones I think is on this sprue. Might even be both of them. This is meant to have 2 drones, I think. Oh no. I only see 1 drone. Oh no, there's 2 drones. That's a drone, it looks like. That's definitely a drone. I have to figure out like what I even equipped my guys with. Oh no. Tow, Tow! Yeah, hi Anthony. Okay, let's find the instructions for him just to make sure we've got all the correct parts. Okay, so yeah. Oh, he's meant to have a little flying stand. Is he? Maybe. I don't like flying stands though. Okay, it's meant to have 2 drones. I like how they label certain sprues A in the instruction book, but there's no sprue labeled A in the entire instruction book, in the, actual sprues. So from the looks of it, I'm meant to have a second drone little sprue. Okay, okay. Let me look them up. New recruit. What's a guy actually meant to be equipped with? There we go. If we go down to here, they've still not updated new recruit yet. Hey, this is a good way to figure out what's... If you're ever struggling in the combat patrol to tell what sprue belongs to what, go over to, the Warhammer website, click on whatever it is that, the army that you're building, and then look in here for the character that you're building, the model you're building. So this time we're building the Talent Pie
additional
Commander.
Drones.
Yeah, so building the Talent Pie Commander. And we look into here and we can see this is what he has. And if we go down these images, we can see, okay, so he has this sprue, he has this sprue, and he has this sprue. So those are the 3 sprues that we have here. Looks like he only comes with 1 drone. He uses a 60mm round base. Is this a 60mm round base? It looks like it. Honestly, it looks bigger than 60mm. Yeah, it's bigger than 60mm. Ever so slightly. According to this little thing. Hardway Tampai Commander. It allows a code store battlesuit to soar over its foes. This multi-part plastic kit gives you everything you need in order to build one Tau Commander in either an XV85 or XV86 code store battlesuit. There's an immense number of options. Included is a drone, which can be a shield or marker drone. Let's look at my code store battlesuit. Yeah, it's meant to have 2 shield drones, not just for 1 shield drone. Ah. But if we look at the combat patrol, how many drones come in here? We got 1, 2, 3. Actually, you got more because the Pathfinder set has a big drone. 7 drones. 1 support turret, 1 recon drone. So that's 5 tactical drones. Does that include the 2 drones here? Fire warrior team should come with 2 drones. Yeah, it does. Does it include the support turret? The Pathfinder team should come with 2 drones. That's 4. 5. Okay, so he doesn't have his second drone. Although he can come with 2 drones. That's weird. I'm guessing it's not too important because I'm planning just to use them both as shield drones anyway. But still, a little bit sad. We must construct additional drones, but the game won't let us. Because they didn't give us enough drones. Okay, I actually don't really know what the difference between a Code Star and an Enforcer is. Oh, it does tell me how to build them in both ways. But like, so that's how you build it for Combat Patrol. It wants you building it this way. And this is how you can build it like other ways. So the difference between the Combat Patrol and the Enforcer one, or the Code Star one and the Enforcer one is probably for one at the back. I think it's just got extra fins on the stuff. Behind it. Oh, I need to figure out what weapons I have on him. I know he's got a fusion blade gun. Hi, Vince Falcon. Why are you telling me to put a copter? Stop eating me. No, no. Oh, there you go. Okay, Tau.
Get banana-fied.
Never! I would never get banana-fied. Okay, so Code Star Battle Suit. It has 1 fusion blaster. 1 high output burst cannon, a shield generator, and a cyclic ion blaster. Yeah. So okay. They're meant to build the legs to a very and the body to a very specific point. I don't really know what the differences are between an Enforcer and a Code Star suit, but I would want the Code Star one because it's fast and mobility. It's good. You need to be mobile. You need to be mobile. You need to be fast. You need to be faster than the lads. Okay, one of these has to be legs, right? Legs. Ooh, this bit. A12 and A11. Yeah, okay. A12. I like that. It's a very nice texture. As I know, there's experimental ammunition that allows for increased hits at the cost of hazardous rolls. Yeah, that's the one I'm going for. It's a detachment. And what it does, it gives you 6 extra inches on all ranged weapon in your army, or ranged weapons, which is really good, I think. Never underestimate the ability to hit your opponent from slightly further away. Okay, now I need 11. A11. But it also gives you stratagems you can use that can boost your power. You can choose to gain hazardous to boost the power of your attacks even more. Okay, now I want a round piece now. But is it maybe this one? 16. These things? Could be those things. That's 14. That's 11. Yeah, okay, so it's A11. So you can do stuff like increasing your strength by 1, or is it your armor penetration by 1? Or you can choose like between having lethal hits or having oh, what's the word? Oh yeah, lethal hits or sustained hits. Or you can just choose to take both of them, and in exchange your weapons become hazardous, so they have a chance of exploding. A13 is next, which is that's the exact piece I was looking at earlier. Not them. Oh, it's here we go. So that's 13. That attaches to a foot, which would be a 17. I don't remember seeing any feet here. Oh wait, there it is. I can't remember what the other one is. I think you do have like you can increase your AP by 1, or you increase the strength and AP by 1 and gain hazardous. It's pretty powerful stuff in general. Like it can definitely significantly alter the game. So this definitely wants me to put these in at a specific angle. So like it wants this in here, like that. Oh, different angle entirely. Wants it like that. Okay. If I cut off these little nubbins on them, I can change the angle of the foot. I can stretch it out if I wanted to a little bit. Yeah. There we go. Do I want to change the angle of the legs? Do you think that would be cool? Give it ourselves our own pose. Yeah, that would be cool. We don't want to make it too short though. It would be kind of cool to be like making it go into do a karate kick. Karate kick! We have to be careful because we do have to attach things to the back of the legs as well. No, I'll leave that bit for now. And we can start the next leg. Which has once again for nice material in it. And we once again need this thing. So don't have to go like all the way. It's not one of those ones where it takes a long time to get from point A of building one leg to point B of putting the leg onto the main body. So we do have a lot of room to decide to modify stuff. Because that's what I like about when it's like, you know, little bits like this where it puts joints together and it's got just enough room where if you cut off the extra nubbins, you can modify it to your heart's content. Okay, foot. Where is a foot? Something afoot. Oh, there's trouble afoot. Like if it's a code style battle suits are the ones that fly around and move quicker. I mean, technically the enforcer battle suit also flies around, but the code style one is a faster one. Oh gosh. There we go. To make sure this is like the calf. There's not much point in changing the pose if we don't want to do something cool with the pose. So I think it's that bit and that bit. There we go. Those are the hips. The hips don't lie. Do 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 do. Sorry. Shakira. I don't know the words to many songs. I'm just one of those people where I just like hum along to a tune. I go do 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 do. There we go. Those are weird looking firewires in the background. Did they gain weight? No! They're special combat-y suits. We'll be building fire warriors hopefully as well today, maybe. Depending how long this takes us. No. There we go. Cut this nubbin off. Cut this nubbin off. And then cut this nubbin off. And over here, do the exact same. Cut all the little nubbins off. Will allow us to have more freedom with how we pose the model. There you go. Well, hello, denizen of misery. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's fine Wednesday. Do 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 do. We got a Wednesday morning. Wednesday evening. Happy Wednesday. There we go. So you do this. I need the knife. Just trim this bit of sprue off here. And just here as well. Then we want this to go into there. Then well, what could be cool is having it like with its knee up. Oh darn it, I did put it backwards in. Oh, I'm an idiot. I knew. Yeah, we're like just right there. There we go. But like, oh yeah. So he's like about to knee something or step on somebody. I'm just thinking, I've got like a Space Marine corpse from one of the from the, oh, what was it? Oh yeah, from the Tyranid, the male sector. We could have him like stood on it. Nah, we can have it like. Darn it. The issue is without the nubbins, it doesn't connect very well. Now I do all like. Wait, could go more like. That could be cool, actually. Where make this so it looks like it's just landing. Oh, that'd be cool. Might actually need a flying stand for that. Yeah. Okay, then we'll have it like do. Chicken legs, chicken leg. It looks like chicken legs. It really does look like little chicken legs. There we go. There we go. Watch it, superhero landing smash, woohoo. That's murder.
Watch it, superhero landing. Smash. Woohoo, superhero landing. That's murder on the knees.
It is bad on the knees. This is why we're not doing a superhero landing. We're doing like, you know, the way where they go and they go into like a stroll. Just as for landing. Oh, it's got like little texture feet. So you can have both the feet up if you want it. Code Star Commander. Yeah, we're building Code Star Commander. There's two types of commander in battle so you can have. Enforcer and Code Star. We're going for the Code Star. Enforcer, I can't really remember what the Enforcer does. The Code Star is a slightly more expensive one. It's a fast one. It makes it any battle suits it joins so that you get 12-inch movement. And when you've all got fusion weapons, that extra movement is really, really nice. Okay, so then we want to start getting the main body made. The main body of these guys is so massive compared to the normal crisis battle suits. I don't know if the crisis battle suits are the same ones that were around when I was a kid. I imagine not. The spoos look too compacted of that, but I'm not sure because I never had Tau myself. But the normal Tau battle suits are just so tiny compared to the Code Star Commander ones. Absolutely insane. Also, this is bigger than, like, it should be 6 squares wide. And instead it's just over 6. Don't ever put it onto a wrong base or something. Because this might be 60mm base. That's on a flying base. Two drones, multi-part plastic kit, shield drone, missile drone. Doesn't tell me what base size it actually comes with. Do they even do 62mm bases? Now that's a flying stand base. Yeah, one large flying base. It's weird that it's so big for base. Hmm. $60mm. Just checking. Just to make sure. Yeah, those are 3 50mm bases. Broadsides on 60mm as well. Okay, actually, if I get the 60mm base out of here, if it's the same size, we'll know it. Okay, yeah, it's the same size. So yeah, maybe my squares just aren't good. Maybe each of them is just out slightly. Or maybe the 60mm bases are not actually 60mm. Oh, I have just realised that it kind of wants it to be on like a little... Oh, here we go. Yeah, there's a little bit. Is that arc stuff? That looks like arcy stuff. It wants it stood on this thing. That could actually be good. No, this is actually really well stuck on now already. Nah, whatever. Don't need that. Hi, Night Parade. How you doing? Got work today? What you doing? Okay, A2, A2. I want to get my little, like, school decorations out as well. After this, we'll build the crisis battle suits just so we can just compare the difference in size. How battle suits are pretty massive now. I know broadsides are way bigger than they used to be, because broadsides basically used to just be crisis battle suits that had big guns on the shoulders. Okay, so this goes like that. Oh! Eldar are one of the more weirdly expensive armies to make, not just in terms of like points for per unit, but also just actual money. Like the units are just weirdly expensive. Because my Tau army's got 3 battle suits in. I got 1,000 points. It's got a Riptide, not Riptide, Ghost Keel, Cold Star battle suit, another commander, the Cadra Fireblade, 10 Vespid Stingwings, 10 Pathfinders, 10 Breachers, and a Devilfish, and 5 stealth suits. There's a lot of things in there. And a lot of them are like more expensive units for Vtau. You're doing okay. I've taken annual leave of a day. Oh, nice. So what we're doing, A6, A7, A8, A6, 7 and 8. They look like literal missile pods, kind of. Or maybe they're not missile pods. Oh no, they're probably jets on the back. These things, okay. A7, A6, A8. I hope you're enjoying your annual leave. Okay, so this goes like that. Yeah, feels pretty sturdy. That was really sturdy. Wasn't even any glue on it. It's like, no, I want to be here. There we go. So A7 is next. And that will just go straight on the same way, opposite side. Just slots right in. Yeah! You got quite a lot to use up for the April reset. Yeah, my father's like in the same way. He's taking, I think, a nice long weekend. The 8th is next. Little jets, lots you say. No! Don't gamba! You're too lucky. Ah, you failed. Ah, 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 ah. Oh, the money. Oh, the sprinkles to me. The house always wins. I mean, oh, better luck next time. Mixed messages. Hello, Talan. How you doing? Still busy? No, you got your stuff. Okay, let me get my skull pack out. Are we winning? Obviously not. We're building Tau. Hey! Tau cool, kind of. If you ask the right person. Oh, I still didn't find the clear piece I dropped yesterday. If you don't know, I dropped like a clear canopy piece for, you know, the Eldar. And I searched everywhere and I just couldn't find it. Oh my gosh, that was a low-flying plane. I know sometimes I get low-flying planes, but that sounded like it was going to hit the house. Okay, we can use these heads here. Like, I just realised these little servo skulls on here could probably just be used as normal servo skulls. Okay, let's look. Are there any arc heads in here? There's Tyranid heads, Eldar Tau heads. Yeah, that's one arc head anyway. Oh, he could be holding like an arc skull as a decoration on his stuff. Oh gosh, that was way too much glue. The issue is sometimes the bush gets more loaded up than I anticipate. Why would there be arcs in a tile box set? No. I was getting my skulls out. So I've got this skull box. I want arc skulls. Because Tau love fighting arcs. By broken, I meant pieces of Cupcon. The Tau is very broken at the moment. The pieces Cupcon's putting together, Tau aren't broken. Well, the best way to play Tau, if you want to win, is definitely massed infantry. There you go. Got an arc jaw just there, under its toes. Like it's just being crushed. Like the skull it's connected to is just being smashed underfoot. Yeah, actually, no, I shouldn't put it back behind like that. I should put it towards the front of her foot. Just like, oh. So it's on full display to people. Yeah. Like, I just like to imagine if that was another part of a skull just right where it stepped. By the way, Backy's getting a Slice of Life spin-off series where all the guys just hang out and have a little fun barbecue. Oh, is it going to be canonical? Or is it going to be like some of these other anime spin-offs? Okay, so I now need A44 and A45. I need little, like, not fans. Oh, there we go. 44, 45. What? Fins, that's the word. Little fins. Yes, fully canonical. Nice. Hi, Tony. There you go. Does anyone have any good ideas of what the new arcs will be like, by the way? Because I'm kind of... Because I have no idea, really. Oh, gosh. That's not well connected. So this side faces outwards, and it goes on this leg like that. Yeah, good. We're going grocery shopping and meeting old ladies and grilling meat. Thus far we have seen side characters, but I want to see Baki and his brother hang out. Or do they know how to hang out? Without fighting one another. You know. There we go. I can smell something weird. Okay, so that will go like that. Once Baki had dinner with his father and they played rock, paper, scissors to decide who cleans the dishes. You don't do rock, paper, scissors in that situation. You play Monopoly. So that way no one has to clean the dishes. By the time you finish the game and decided who has to clean the dishes have already decayed into nothingness. Like, clearly whoever's done that's never had to have a competition of who cleans the dishes. Okay, so this is where the fusion blade definitely wants to be on the arm. The high output burst cannon can be on the other arm. No, oh, that one could be on like the shoulder. Then we've got the shield generator. Oh, maybe I should put the shield generator on one arm and then we can have those two shooty things. On the shoulders. Do, 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 do. Okay. I'm looking. So it wants me to build these types of things next. The way it wants me to build them is a bit... I'll just get off. There we go. Where's the knife? Just trim these bits where I can't bring my clippers to bear.
One night, maybe not tonight, but soon, you will get up for a drink of water and the canopy is gonna get you right in the arch.
The canopy? What do you mean? Oh, what was this? His father chose scissors and Becky chose rock, but his father still won because... Oh, I've actually seen that clip. That's so silly. Oh, the canopy piece. Yeah. You know, I'm glad you guys remembered because I forgot about that. But it's fine. Honestly, if I step on it, it's likely to break the canopy. And it's not likely to hurt me at all. See, even for that new year. Oh yeah, for glue you use this Loctite 406. Powerful stuff. Oh. I probably don't want to use anything that powerful, to be honest. In part because while I do keep my windows open and try to keep this place ventilated, I don't have like super good ventilation and the windows are on the other side of the room. So I've got that iron cycler. I don't know what an iron cycler even looks like though. I think it's a multiple attack one. Will it show me the stats of each weapon so I can actually tell which one's which? No. That looks like plasma gun. That looks like flamethrower. Oh, I know what the iron cycler is. Okay. Okay, that's good. First cannon though, so I need 60, 59, 64, 63, 62, and 61. Okay. Some of these pieces are very obvious. Some of them less so. Hi Werewolf Game, how you doing? Thanks for good luck.
You think it'll be magnetic forces keeping your models in place? No, it's just the excess gluing capacity of the 406.
No. No! There we go. So those aren't for pieces I need for mouse. The canopy piece is forever lost. The canopy piece is gone forever. Canopy piece. Canopy piece. We don't know what to do with a canopy piece. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I need, what piece was it? 60 and 59. There we go, 60 and 59. That seems to be the shield generator. I want to put that in its arm. It's got like a big old shield to whack people with. You're doing well? Just resting after a long day? How about yourself? I'm doing okay-ish. Bit of a headache. Bit of a headache, but I'll be fine. Oh. These things go together. This one then goes. Atop that like this. Yeah, this one goes. The top of that, like dish. Oh, hope everything. Thank you. Things will go well. There we go. Oh, so I think that's the high-powered thing we just added onto it. Because a high-powered burst cannon gets like 8 shots or something stupid. I don't think a Code Star Battlesuit can have it. Which feels weird. That sound feels like something an Enforcer Battlesuit would have, you know, by the name. High-powered burst cannon. Okay, then this can attach to like here. I believe. Yeah. We can have it attached like that if we wanted to. It seems. Oh, yeah, that would be cool. Okay, what else? What? Okay, 40 and 39. And that's where I think I want that Ion Cycler. Which is basically like the mini version of a weapon we put on our Ghost Gear the other day. Enforcer just sounds like the Tau version of a commissar. I don't think it is. I think it's meant to represent more. I think maybe it might be used in like riot control and type of situations for the Tau. I'm not really sure. Really not sure of the details of what Tau's suit does what and why. Should look it up, shouldn't I? Anyone knows, please say. Okay, apparently this one's meant to have some targeting device on it. Oh, this goes here apparently. Like that. Okay. Yeah, we'll get the cyclic because the main weapon is the fusion blade. It's joining a squad that has, fusion guns. And its fusion blade gets 1 extra attack and like a bunch of extra strength. There we go. And then cyclic energy. I think that's a fragmentation cannon. There we go. So that one's A55 underneath it. Oh, that is that piece. Looks a lot bigger on the instruction booklet. Thought it might be that piece. Oh yeah. Anthony, have you seen the Broken Lance animation? Because you like Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights. The Warhammer Plus... I'd say show episode. Which crisis suits are which nowadays? I know for... Which suits are legends? Oh yeah, it's a Broken Lance animation, anyway. Wanted to mention, so this can go like that. Custom crisis suits. Oh, well, he got the Sunfire suits. I think mine are called for like Sunfire or something like that. Let me look. Let me look. Although maybe that's a plasma suit. Oops. Pressed the wrong button. Oh yeah, many large battle suits are eligible for deadly demise, but be wary of large deadly demise. Battle suit explosion can also take down a commander. Yeah. Also, that, I mean, would require, in theory... Oh yeah, Sunforged battle suits are mine, which is the Fusion Blaster ones. Super cool. I wouldn't say you'd be missing much from it. The other ones are the Star Scythe, which are the ones with the burst cannons, are the flamers. They can either take one burst cannon, one flamer each, or they can take 2 flamers or 2 burst cannons each. And then the other one is the Fire Knife, which is missile pods and plasma rifles. Oof, itchy. Like, do I get enough fusion blasters for 6 fusion blasters? Am I gonna have to get a second set of crisis battle suits just to have enough guns? Okay, that has 2 fusion blasters on it. That has 1 fusion blaster on it. That has 1 There's only 4 fusion blasters. How many burst guns are there? There's 1, 2, 3, 4 burst guns. There's 1, 2, 3 flamethrowers. One. 2, 3. Yeah, there's only 3 flamethrowers. Plasma guns is 1, 2, 3, 4 plasma guns. Oh gosh, how am I meant to make a full squad of fusion guys then? There's literally not enough fusion guns in here for a full squad of crisis suits of fusion guns. There's not enough guns for any of them. Shadowson went to a Prometheus school of running away from things. Also, I've seen once when a storm surge not only exploded, but it took out Shadowson with it. Yeah. Now, you got to also remember that every Tau battle suit is capable of every Tau battle suit is a vehicle, including your crisis battle suits and your commanders. So every single Tau can tank shock. Well, not every single Tau, but every single battle suit can anyway. Oh no, the cyclic iron gun is actually a bit in the way. Oh, if I turn it upside down, actually, that might work better. Can it fit on? Yeah, if I turn it upside, it'll have to be upside down. Honestly, that's fine. But yeah, I'm not sure if a crisis battle suits deadly demise. I don't know other ones do. Do, 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 do. It's lucky that the tower heads don't actually pop out of the battle suits. Otherwise, that guy's going deaf. Okay, 43. We got, like, is this it? Yes, it is. We got more fins to put on the back. Oh, it's the largest transport vehicle I know. It's the Arca, but so far, as I know, it's in Legends unit. Oh, no, no, no. It's bigger than the Arca. Look up the Manta. The Tau Manta. The Tau Manta is a transport. Another transport that's absolutely massive and isn't in Legends is the Thunderhawk gunship with the Space Marines. So here we go. The Tau Manta is absolutely massive. It's so massive, I've seen people play board like battles on top of a Tau Manta vehicle. And it is primarily a transport ship. Yeah, Commander battle suits are way bigger than they used to be. Like, they used to be, like, on 40mm basis. So, not much bigger than, like, larger Space Marines today. Hi, Paladin Stem. I like the idea that Tau tech, though, is really fragile. Like, that's why the Tau have, like, such low toughness for all the battle suits, or most of them. Because, you know, despite how advanced they are, compared to, like, the super advanced materials that the Imperium use for everything, and, like, just the incredible evolution of the Orcs and the Tyranids and stuff like that, ultimately the technology is still like thousands of years behind everybody else. And like Wraithbone used by the Eldar. Here we go. Oh yeah. Because that is actually one of the things. Making technology that can blow stuff up is a lot easier than making technology that, you know, cannot get blown up. Hey, I'll take this head option. I could take a spare broadside head. That could work. I do like that head option. You know, I'm gonna go and find a spare broadside head in here. And utilize that. I got 53. That's the one I wanted. That goes on. Yeah, 55. It's a bit big, but it'll be fine. Oh no, it's 52 I want. I'm a silly. I'm a goofy goober, yeah. We're all goofy goobers, yeah. I mean, the time span of tech development seems to be one of the factors people forget when they compare weapons and armor from different factions. Yeah. I mean, one of the things you've also got to take into account for, like, when it comes to the Imperium, is that the Imperium has, like, access to this extremely advanced tech. They kind of forgot how to make half of it. But kind of hasn't forgotten. So it's like, its level of tech is actually well above, like, where the Tau is. It's just that most of the Imperium doesn't have access to that level of tech. Oh, armor from different franchises. Yeah. Some franchises are like set way too far in the future. Others are like set way too behind. I think Warhammer has like one of the more, you know, nicer time spans in which it's not so far in the future that it seems like, you know, impossibly far off. But it's not so far in the past either. No, it's not so... It's not so early on. But... A32, A33. What did I want to say? Oh yeah, it's not so recent. But it feels like, you know... a bit crazy that they have access to all this technology. What is 32 and 33? Okay, that's 30, 49, 32. What's that messages about here now? Just eat. Okay, that makes sense. There we go. Hi, Chaplin, you're making battle suits. Yeah, we're making we're making bacon battle suits. Making bacon pancakes. We're making the Code Star Commander battlesuit at the moment. Yeah. I'm going to cut off this little nubbin here. I can put on a different nubbin. There you go. Take some bacon and you put him in a battlesuit. It's true. Darn it, there's a little bit of plastic on that. There you go. It's less bacon and more like fried fish. Put a bit of fish in the battlesuit. Considering the Imperium are the ones that give, you know, all of the names to, you know, tower equipment, like, you know, the Manta, the Orca, the Skyway and stuff like that. And that includes the Enforcer and the Code Star. Yeah, there he is. Took a little broadside head for him. Do like he's stepping on an orc skull and crushed it. You're an orc player. You're an orc player! I've also got orcs. We built a giant battle wagon and painted it. A battle fort. We made it from 3 chimeras that I had from when I was a kid. A19 2046. I like my code saw with quad fusions. Unfortunately, they only give us 1 fusion gun in the entire thing. Plus, there's plenty of fusion guns with the rest of the squad. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do about the extra fusion weapons. Because there's not enough. There's only 4 in the Crisis Battlesuit squad. And there's only 1 on the Code Star Commander. That sucks. Am I gonna have to go to eBay and get them, or do I have to buy a second box set of battlesuits just so I can equip both of them how I want to? Okay, 19. There we go, 19. You're an orc player. Oh no! You're an orc player and I've just had it destroying orcs. I feel like each of my armies has to like have a vendetta against each other. At the moment, my Eldar Corsairs have a vendetta against my Tyranids. My Tau, I think I'm gonna have like a vendetta against my Orcs. Oh no, the Tau. No, the Tau. The arm won't fit. Nice, and moving on, so moving soon, so I had to pack away a lot of stuff for myself. I still got a lot of boys out for painting, hoping for an Apocalypse game after I finish moving. Ooh, this new Apocalypse rules coming out. Okay, if I move that. Okay, I'm gonna have to move these things. They're not as leaning in as much. I'm gonna probably have to re-glue them now. Unfortunately. I should have tested that on before I glued these things. I was thinking maybe it would be an issue, but then I was like, nah, they wouldn't make that an issue, would they? I don't know that people would want to do. The leg fell off. The leg fell off! No! How much spare bits do the Tau Combat Patrol get? So I'm not sure yet. There's a lot of stuff where it doesn't include stuff that I expected or would have liked it to include. So I originally bought the Tau Broadside Battle Suit just so I could get the missiles from the missile drones that it comes with. So I could put them on the Devilfish. Because the Devilfish it comes with 2 drones. But the drones can only be armed as shield drones or pulse blaster drones. Don't know. GM just gave me a points value of 7,000. That is a lot of points. I think I only have like 3k of arcs. I actually don't have them. That's just my plan to get 3k. Only got like 5k of Tyranids. Chicken legs. Crisis suits more like chicken suits. Okay, I want like an open hand here. Not a fist. Okay, so there's 2 fists there. There's an open hand there for slapping, and there's I know there's a pointy hand as well somewhere in here. Oh, there it is. No, okay, I'll just take the punchy hand then. I was invited because of my Sea of Boys and my Stomper collection. Ooh. That's cool. I used to have like some quite large armies. Like I had a lot of Tau. And I had some boys. I never had a Stomper for my arcs. I had 2 Gargantuan Squiggoths made from toy dinosaurs. And I had a Stomper made from plasticard. And just random bits and pieces I had. How Battlesuit arms always look really oddly small. It's like they skip arm day. They do leg day. Look at the size of those thighs. It's been squatting. But then it's like, you're not being... I know they say never skip leg day. But that's because like people are always like doing arm day. This is why like people are like, the Tau should hit hard. No, look, the Tau... You're telling me that piddly arm can hit... I don't care if it's going at supersonic speeds. It's piddly. It's weak. Bounce off me it will. Break itself. Oh, I'm being silly. Okay, what do I need? 46. $49. There we go. Nice. Sounds way more cost effective. Kind of. I think for Stomper, I'm not even sure if it was before the plastic stomper or not. I know I had a bunch of Bane Blades. I've still got 4 of them. Although I don't have one of my favourites. Oh, it goes in here. Okay. That makes sense. The Tau should kit card, Carmen Rider. Yeah. I mean, that's where the tank shock comes from, I think. Like, a Tau back to suit tank shocks you. It's basically it drop kicking you. Or just literally dropping on top of you. Do 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 do. Do do no 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 no. Yep, here we go. Oh, it's coming together. Maybe I like does need to be a bit further back. Okay, then where's the next arm? Yeah, I'm not sure how many spare, but you get a lot of spare guns from the Fire Warriors, because the Fire Warriors can be armed with either pulse blasters, or pulse rifles, or pulse carbines. So you get a lot of spare, just, you know, basic guns with the Tau, Fire Warriors. You'll also get... Oh yeah, the Pathfinders come with the Kill Team upgrade kit, which it doesn't sell with anymore. Like, if you buy the Pathfinders by themselves, they don't have the Kill Team upgrade kit, and that includes the underslung grenade launcher. But the Pathfinders come with 3 iron rifles and 3 rail rifles, so you'll have a bunch of them spare, depending on how you want to equip them. The Cold Star Commander comes with one of every single weapon option, but only one of them. Like, it's got whatever that thing is. It's got plasma gun, flamer, the cyclic iron thing, the burst cannon, 1 fusion blaster, and like the fragmentation cannon. Basically just grenade launcher. Or is it just a grenade launcher? I don't know. One of each weapon anyway. Multiple sets of Breacher Fish combos, yeah. So that is the downside of them. The issue is, though, if all you want is a Breacher Fish and Pathfinders, let's think, how expensive are they? Because I don't think the Tau Combat Patrol is one where it's actually like super cost effective compared to like some of them. So hi to it's TA. Hi TA. How you doing? So just tripping over my own tongue there. Tau Empire. Yeah, £38 for the Fire Warriors, £29.50, so let's just say £30 for the Pathfinders. That's £68. And Devilfish, that's £108. And the Tau Commander, that's £148. So £147.50 is how much it costs, how much like value you've got in here. So if you don't want the Commander multiple times, you'll only save £2.50. Now you will get the extra, if we look over here, I can show you the sprue that it means. It's this, not, is it that sprue? No, it's not that sprue. It's not that one. It's this one. This is a sprue that you get in the Combat Patrol, but you do not get in the Pathfinder kit. So it has like people throwing grenades. Where's the underslung grenade launcher? This one. Here we go. This piece is for underslung grenade launcher. I don't get that in the normal Tau Fire Warrior, Tau Pathfinder set. I like 2 commanders since most detachment stuff only affects them for some reason. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, what you'll find is he doesn't come with all of his weapons. That's sad. And equally, if you buy this thing, you don't get 4 fusion weapons in. Does it actually tell me how many weapons you get in here? 4 fusion blasters, 4 burst cannons, 3 missile pods, 3 shield generators, 4 plasma rifles, 3 flamers. Yeah, so if you want to do for fusion weapons like I'm going for, you don't get enough fusion blasters. Which is like, Which is weird. Why are the custom battle suits legends then? Because it seems like it's built for custom battle suits. So try to have this like there. Oh yes, he'll be defending himself. I feel like I need 2 boxer crisis suits to get for optimal units, not gonna lie. Kind of true. But now I feel like I need to buy a second box of battle suits. I don't want to. I might just check eBay to see if the fusion rifles are cheap. But sometimes like eBay is just so overpriced with doing like spare parts that I might as well just buy a second set of suits or whatever. Okay, where is the shield generator? Is that part 66? It is. God above mankind, thank you for the... Oh my God,
Heretic.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a super chat. I'm not a heretic. Thanks for the 5 USD. Oh, it's not a heretics if we're just building them so we can, beat up the Tau. And I'm just building them so my Templar have something to fight. You know? How does a shield even attach to the arm? If you want to full... Flamer, Fire Knives, a Farsight, while double fusions. Sunforge for Code Stars. Oh, you'd want full Flamer, Fire Knives, a Farsight. Okay. Yeah. Oop, to the kitchen, to the forge, some breakfast. Cheers, everyone. Have good with you. Have good with your food. Have good food. Hope you have a good rest of your day and a nice breakfast. Okay, how does this even attach? Like that, maybe. Like this. Okay, I'm gonna need a knife just to cut off this extra excess glue. Just around the edges here. Very careful not to take too big a chunks out of it. Okay, maybe it's just meant to go underneath, in which case that feels weird. Nah, I'm just gonna cut off this gibbly bit. And just attach it like this. There we go. Ribbly bit. There we go. Big old shield. Oh, the new date, back to suit data sheet upsets me. Why does it upset you? Is that for Emperor? It is the Emperor. The Corpse Emperor is here. My partners were all built with custom loadouts, so they're illegal now. Yeah. But I mean, only if you don't play Legends. If you don't mind playing with Legend units, you can still use them. $47. The Tau battle suits are going to successfully win this day. Oh, see my Templars are right here. They're just ready to, like, see, he's gonna chop his legs off. Chop, 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 chop. Wada! Chop, 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 chop. Wada! Chop, chop, chop. Oh no! I heard something ping then. I think it's fine. I don't think I broke off a purity seal. Who would win in melee? One Code Sword commander in a giant battle suit? Or one spicy boy with a mastercrafted power sword? There we go. So A10 is next. We need to put the chest piece on. Considering how small Tau are, their battle suits are massive. Like, look at the size of this dude. Where's my Tau guy that's just stood? Oh, that looks nicer. Where is he? He's over here. So this is what like a basic Tau is. It's absolutely massive. It's like bigger than a Redemptor. Like if you compare a Redemptor to a Marine. Okay, big old shoulder pad. To be honest, the drone that comes with this guy, I don't think it matters too much. Because it's just going to be a shield drone. Do 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 do. Okay, I think that's finished now. Yeah, might as well build for drone maybe. I don't want to keep the drone for later. $76 and $77. Oh, there they are. I don't want to put like more grimbly bits on. You know, just make it look fancy. But now it's fine. Kind of fits one toe squeezing in. Use drone parts as one of those straw hats.
Time to poison a cupcake.
I could do that with the hats, although I think the drones are too big. But don't poison a cupcake, Blair Boris. Cupcakes are friends, not, you know, poison guys. As a high skin lamb, I forgot to say hi to you, didn't I? I don't think it just about fits. I think it easily fits a towel sat comfortably in the centre. Yeah, a towel could comfortably sit in the middle of this, assuming it doesn't need massive amounts of electronics and batteries and stuff, which it really should do. I mean, a towel could squeeze into its thigh. So he's coming in. This feels not actually... Let me get the... Not Riptide. The Ghost Keel. And my broadside. I just want to compare sizes. Oh, gosh. Sorry. I tried making sure this blooming cable wasn't getting... Ah! Sorry, I'm just getting... My cable keeps getting caught to my chair arm. So, if we remember, Ghost Kills like toughness 8 or 9, and broadsides are like toughness 6, because they're meant to be bigger and better. Here is our Code Star versus broadside. Okay, yeah, the broadside is bigger. This guy is taller, but look at his pose compared to the crouched pose of a broadside, who skips leg day and arm day. So yeah, I can see why the broadside's tougher. And then compare it to the Ghost Keel. And yeah, I can see why the Ghost Keel is much tougher. Oh, let's say hi myself, so I got too distracted thinking about back to Suchi. Broadside has thicker legs. Nah, the broadside's got miserable legs. It's got a thicker chest. It's got a thicker chest, and its arms are honestly shorter, but they are a lot fatter arms. Oh wait, no, its legs are thicker actually. Yeah, but if you actually look, it's actually just hiding a fake. It's just lies about how thick its legs are. If you look from the back, you can see they're kind of thin. It's just like, it's got thigh extenders on it. It's just got these massive thigh extenders on it. So it looks better, but really it's not. Ceramite. Oh gosh. Got that cart there on my screen. I got a screen just here. What side is the best? It's got the best go for a small Vector suit. Same, it once turned. I don't think they can blow up. Like, can they blow up Land Raiders anymore? Oh, I think they can if you roll really, really well. If you get 2 hits, 2 wounds, they both fail for armor save, and then you roll like a 5 or 6 on each of your rolls, you might be able to blow it up. Anything new yet? Ooh, Penitence episode 2 is up. Penitence episode 1 was okay. Let's look at the Tau. D6+1. Okay, I don't think it can blow up a Land Raider actually at the moment. Not anymore. Because it could do up to 14 damage. I think Land Raiders have more than 14 HP. More wounds. Might do. Might be wrong. Yeah, it's got 16 wounds now, so even if you roll a double 6 for damage, unless you can increase that damage even more, can't blow them up anymore. In the olden days, you could do that. Back when it just had armor 14, and you just get a penetrating hit, which back then for Tau battle suits, they broadsides, they were much smaller, but they had like these dual rail cannons on its back, and it could reroll to hit, because that's what Twin Link did back then, not reroll to wound. And you roll a dice. If you get a 5 or a 6, it's a penetrating hit, and then you roll a dice on a table, and if you get a 5 again, it explodes. Well, no, 5 will destroy it, 6 will cause it to explode. Yeah, vehicles kind of sucked back then. Last cannons were strength 9. I mean, things like the Land Raider were good because they had armor 14 all round. Same with the Monolith. But things like the Predator had like 13... No, was it 12, 12, 10 for the Predator? So 12 front armor, 12 side armor, 10 back armor. Rhino was like 11, 11, 10. I might have been even just 10 all round. Chimera was like 12 front, 11 side, 10 rear. Lehman Russ was 14 front armor, 13 side, like 12 back. So it was actually quite easy to blow vehicles up, especially if you could get round the back of them or side of them. So I'm putting a jacket on because I'm kind of cold. Okay, crisis battle suits that I'm not going to be able to finish today. Actually, you know what? I'm going to have to look up fusion gun. I'm going to go on eBay right now. eBay. Battle suit fusion. I don't want to buy 8 3D printed ones Ghost Q, Fusion Collider, no. Tau Empire, Battlesuit, Fusion Blaster, GW Metal, no. Fusion Collider. £5 with no, 25 quid for a Fusion Blaster. I don't want metal or resin ones, I just want a normal one. £14, 15 quid. Oh my goodness. Even for metal one's like 6 quid. Okay, looks like if I want to get a new Fusion Blaster, I'm just gonna have to buy more battle suits. I guess I have heard the shooty battle suits are burst cannon ones are pretty good. How about a rubber wand? I want one that won't fall off. Ooh, parcel. Just give me a moment. That's how GW get you. Yeah. I kind of miss flanking vehicles and troop exit points. I kind of miss it, but at the same time can kind of, you know, don't mind it too much. Oh, where's my knife? What did I get? I don't know. Oh, this might be the Tornado delivery. Oh, is this going to be ultramarine stuff? Oh my gosh, there's so much rubbish in here. There's so much polystyrene. There's loads of these polystyrene things. Space Marine Captain with Stormbolter and Power Fist. So I found this really good deal on a bunch of really old models. Okay, is that everything? I think it is. Oh, yeah. So, you know where I've got these old Battle of McCrag models? Which I kind of want to paint as like Ultramarines First Company. And I really like Tyrannic War Veterans. Your Vtuber called for Ultramarines for base. Is she based? So I was like, you know what? Let's do this. It's Ultramarine stuff. It's rubbish. It is rubbish. But at the same time, I love it. It's the nostalgia. Hits you right to the nostalgia. Oh my gosh. Did they just glue this together? Oh my gosh. Old metal Tyrannic Veteran. Doesn't have its backpack, but I got backpacks. Oh yeah, it's the same size. Oh, they're so stupidly small. Look how tiny they are. Turn that little light off. Oh, Tyrannic War Veteran. Gotta love it. Oh, it looks like they tried cutting off some of the Ultramarine symbols on it. Ah, whatever. Compared to a Tau, the Tau's almost as tall as him. Oh, there we go. Just move that to one side. There's a Space Marine captain with power fists.
Look at this absolute unit one-handing a heavy bolter all gangster style. Wait a minute.
It's not a heavy bolter, it's just a bolt gun. Yeah, unfortunately, they have tried trimming away for Ultramarine symbols on it. They didn't do a very good job. But yeah, it's used stuff, so no wonder that was really cheap. But oh yeah. Really old Ultramarine stuff. Yeah, all of this was just really cheap online for some reason. It looks massive on him, what I'm meaning. Oh, I get it. Wait, how big is it compared to... It's just a heavy bolt pistol. Space Marine first guy. Look at how massive my bolter is. It's absolutely huge. It's like, Primaris. That's about the same size as my pistol. It's like, what? Oh... Resin. I think it's fine cast resin. Oh, the honor guard guys. Do you know the Space Marine, Ultramarine? Oh, what do they call for Ultramarine honor guard? I forget. Actually, I'm not sure it is Finecast. There's a lot of flash on the banner. Oh. Victrix. Yeah, it's a Victrix guard. Oh. Gotta love them. So, because it comes in a squad of 4, I'm using one of them as a lieutenant. So you can see this guy's got like proper, you know, the Victrix guard head. This guy also has a Victrix guardy head. This guy, though, I'm going to use as a lieutenant. I think they're bigger than the normal guys. Yeah, they're a little bit bigger. This is back when they scaled them up a little bit more. Not by a whole lot. I think the Ultramarines, not the Ultramarines, the Space Marines you can buy, you know, for Tactical and Devastator squad are part of that slight scale up. Where they're still kind of small compared to, like, even for Horus Heresy Space Marines. But they're bigger than what they used to be. Is it still cold where you are? Kind of. Oh gosh. And then we've got the other tyrannic war veterans. Yeah. Oh. There you go. And it's the same guy. Oh, and they come with 5 plastic backpacks, so I can give him a backpack. Yeah, the fidelity on these, as much as people complain about Finecast and its replacement of metal models, the fidelity on these on the Finecast models is so much higher than it ever was on the metal ones. Like, if you just look at the details comparing the two. It's a lot easier to see the details anyway on the Finecast. But you do have to do with issues like that. Oh, he was meant to be holding a knife. Yeah. Mine was only like £1 or so. So. Yeah, maybe I'll just get like an Ultramarine caps. And then you can use them as Stern Guard. Oh. Tyrannic War Veterans actually kind of suck using the Legends rules. Because they're basically just like 5 tactical marines who cost a bit more than tactical marines. And the only difference between them is that tactical marines can have special weapons and upgrades. The Tyrannic War Veterans can't. And what's the other big difference? Oh, I kind of just want to build this guy while I'm here. Oh, it's so cool. Oh, and he's on such a tiny base. Oh, the box is a bit damaged. Maybe that's why it was cheap. Oh, no. Oh. Just rip it open. Shred it. Yeah. This vintage model. Vintage special edition. Should I put him on a 40mm base? Oh, goodness. Oh. He looks so fancy. He's a fancy lad. His cape's covered in nail skulls. I don't do capes like this anymore. She physically can't help herself. Even the battlesuit dedicated stream became a marine stream. You know, maybe we should do this.
She physically can't help herself. Even the battlesuit dedicated stream becomes a marine stream.
Yeah, maybe. No. You're right. We should save these guys for their own dedicated stream. I'll do that next week. I'll do a dedicated stream on them. Well, how do we want to build battlesuits now? Where did I put the book for them? That's a broadside thing. That's a combat patrol one. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. We got distracted by really cool things. Now to the far less cool things. Battlesuits. Yeah, the Tau battlesuits. I wonder if we're going to get new ones eventually, like soon. The only reason I say for less cool is because, you know, 7 and 6. Oh, here we go. It's because, you know, if they came with all the parts, enough guns, then that'd be cool. But they don't come with all the guns that they promise in the data sheet. It's like, what? 7. And now I need P6. There it is. I love Cupcon's custom chapter lore because the Marines are all innately psychers, but she chose to play for one chapter that hates them. No, my Ultramarines aren't all psychers. That was my other chapter. Not my Ultramarines. My Ultramarines. No, my Black Templars aren't psychers. These guys aren't psychers. These guys are just generic Templar. If they come from the Templar, actually, they're no longer generic Templar. They're more of like successors, like forced to become successor chapter because the Crusade became too numerous. And they Audio Astartes Inquisitor started asking questions. My other custom chapter I was thinking of is a Salamander successor chapter, where, or at least they think they're Salamander successors, but it turns out that like all of their number end up becoming Psychers. But I'm not sure I want that anymore. Not sure I want that. Partly because I kind of just want to like a chapter that, you know, is very, very poor. So it kind of has like... I'm just changing the angle of this a little bit. There you go. Hey. To 5. 1. Oh, there it is. Yeah. I'm thinking about not having them anymore. Because I wanted, like, you know, Centurions are meant to be the kind of knock off Terminators, like your poor man's Terminator. Definitely
some of Cal doing heretical stuff in his basement. Why do some of you guys go red Cupcon? Loads Bolter, care to explain?
Why do some of you go red? None of them go red. None of them go red. So the thing is like everyone who... Every time that they try to like create a new Space Marine of their chapter, they always die before they become a fully fledged Space Marine. Like they might be a neophyte for a little bit unless they're a Psyker. And sometimes they have like people who they weren't aware were Psychers, but by the time that they finished their neophyte training and got to the final organs, they've unlocked psychic potential. And it's only people who are psychic that seem to survive. And even when they have tried to get reinforcements sent from like the Salamanders or another Salamander chapter, something always happens to those people. Either members suddenly figure out the Psychers as soon as they join, or within like days of joining, suddenly they unlock psychic potential, while others just suddenly die to random calamity, or just sudden bouts of ill health, and no one knows why. It's a bit like the Black Templars have tried to actually recruit Psychers in the past, or at least some of them have, but every single Psycher died during the initiation. And how certain chapters have like a curse affiliated with them. like for like a bunch of the Sons of Dawn chapters, but not every Son of Dawn chapter does. And you've got like the thing of like when they've like the Black Templars have sent reinforcements to the Imperial Fist. Well, the Black Templars don't usually suffer from the curse, but ones that joined the Sons of the Imperial Fists suddenly started suffering from that curse, and Gene Seed harvested from the Black Templars suddenly started suffering from that curse just because they joined the Imperial Fists. That's like the so they're like, oh my gosh, it's like that. That was the idea for them, but the issue is you can't have Psychic Centurions, and you can't have Psychic Graphis. And both of them are meant to be like the poor man's Terminators. Actually, you can now. You can make Psychic Graphis using custom rules. So maybe I might use the Maelstrom custom character rules to make Graphis librarians. So I can add them to the Graphis units. With that being said, I can't make a character join Centurions. Which is kind of what I really want for the army. I just really like Centurions. And I want to do the Orbital Assault Army. And like drop pod Centurions into the enemy. It's like, but they can't drop pod. They can't deep strike. It's like, Orbital Assault, my man. Deep striking Centurions. Hi, Clyde. I do. Sorry I missed you there. Where are you, Clyde? How are you doing? What do you mean I don't like you anymore? Sorry I missed you. I like Graphis over Termes. I kind of do too, to be honest. Dawn is supposed to have a calming effect on the warp, so it makes sense that his sons wouldn't make good psychics. Yeah. Wait, is Dawn's calming effect on the warp because, like, he was a favoured of the Emperor? Because that's what Gulliman does right now. Like, the eye of the Emperor is just constantly following him. And I think that's like why the warp calms around him. Sounds like some flesh change heresy level that it takes to communicate from. Yeah, that's the thing. The original idea for that chapter was that there was Inquisitors sent to, you know, spy on them. And as a result, they've got an Inquisitor inside, like, the army. Well, not to spy on them, like, to try and check them for heresy and potentially excommunicate them if needs be. But the Inquisitor, in the end, decided they liked the chapter. And that there was no heresy going on. Dawn was a pseudo blank, I think. Oh. Cupcon is bad at stuff. I'm not bad at stuff. I'm amazing at everything I've ever done in my entire life. Especially the knifey game where you go like this and you stab every single finger. That's what you do, isn't it? Yeah. You know, it's impressive how I can hit every single finger. Yig! I'm better at hitting my fingers when I am missing from them. They take up less space. Don't worry, the knife really isn't that sharp in the point. It doesn't hurt at all. You got something for me. Thank you. I'd suspected to do something with his willpower stubbornness that makes a warp around him. Oh. You know what they really should have done with the Crisis Battle Suits? Is they should have made one sprue that had all of the equipment on it. Like they should have made one sprue for each of the guys. Remove these drones from it. And each of them has 2 fusion blasters, 2 of these things. 2 of
The calming effect Dawn had was nothing to do with him being a pseudo-blank or the Emperor's gaze. It was all the gold. It was too shiny.
Maybe. Yeah. I feel like what they should have done with this is made it so that it had 2 of every single weapon on each sprue. So basically each sprue for the 3 Crisis Battle Suits were identical to one another. And then they should have put all the drones onto one sprue by itself. And then it would have come with 4 sprues instead of 3, but then it would have at least had all of your weapons in it. Bit late now, unfortunately. Let's go with piece 5. No. That's definitely up. How come this? Where's my gap there? Does not feel like there should be a gap. That feels right. There's a gap there. Ah, whatever. Okay, then for legs. 9 and 10. Makes sense. The gold is meant to be cleansing light to warp entities. Take that, orcs, we can do it too. Maybe. The thing is humans, if you actually think about it, are kind of like every single other race. Like, humans are mini Necrons in a way. They're not as good at Necrons at what Necrons do, but they do what Necrons do. They also do what the Eldar do. They also do what the Orcs do. They do what everyone else does, but to a slightly less level. Their technology progresses at an insane rate compared to pretty much everyone else except the Tau. So they're very similar to the Tau in that way. They also have, you know, that sort of advanced capabilities within the society and naturally kind of like peace. Despite how otherwise crazy they are. But like the Eldar, they have surprisingly long lives. They're very fast, they're very tough, they're very strong. In fact, it used to be that humans are very strong compared to orcs. Like, an orc and a human would be the same strength if the orc had massive muscles. Orc would need to be much, much larger than a human to be stronger than a human. And the same kind of goes for elves, Eldar. Is this light on? It feels a bit too dark. Let me configure the video a little bit. There we go. And that kind of is still the case. But the main thing is that humans like are very fast. They have very good wits, very good senses. Like compare them to a Tau. It's like a Tau needs all of this super advanced technology just to shoot as well as a human can naturally. Like just using the eyes. And humans need a bunch of advanced technology and a massive training to shoot as well as an Eldar does. And then when you compare them to the orcs, I mean, humans shoot incredibly well. On top of that, humans are incredibly fast. Like, they're much, much faster than the Tau, they're much faster than the orcs, they're much faster than the Necrons. The only race that's naturally faster than the humans is pretty much the Eldar. The Kroot are close to them, and the Vespid Stingwings, well, they're not quite to the same level. They're stronger than humans, but not quite to the same level everywhere else. Also, humans are generally more longer-lived than them, and more intelligent than them, and everything else. Humans do not have a long lifespan like Eldar, even the best of the No, they don't have a long lifespan like Eldar, but they do have a long lifespan compared to most other things, except orcs. Orcs pretty much live forever. They don't really die of old age. They just die of getting killed. But compared to Tau, humans live a long time. Like, Tau don't really live past 30. They live up to like 40 if they're very lucky. Humans, if by for 40k standard, they live a very long time. Like, living to 80 or 90 is not impressive in 40k. And in general, even without lots of, you know, life extension tech and stuff, humans are still living over 100 years in the Imperium. Heck, when we were reading about Vacadians and stuff, Vacadians train for like 20, 30, 40 years before they go to battle. So humans are quite long-lived. Equally, the Kroot don't live very long, and the Vespid Stingwings apparently only live like a decade or something stupid. And a lot of the other races don't live very long. Also, the Necrons naturally also died very, very early on. The Necrons are very weak, very low senses. So if you compare the humans to a lot of other races, they're generally longer lived. They're not like long-lived like the Eldar at all. Yeah, Tau lifespan is like 50 plus, I think. Do they have any life expectancy on their kin? I think the king can live a very long time, but they're a genetically modified race. They're literally humans. They regularly live past 50 from I remember reading that Tau don't usually live past 30 or 40 without life extension tech. And those older usually is like, you got like Farsight lives much longer because of his magic sword. While others live longer because basically anytime they're not fighting, they are kept in a sealed environment. Basically, if they're kept in stasis, their mind can still work. This is for Tau. They're kept in a sealed environment where their mind can still work and people can still talk to them. And sometimes, like, certain battle suits will have this sealed environment inside it, so they can pilot the battle suit while in stasis. As far as I'm aware. But for people like Shadow Sun and some of the other, like, Elemental Council guys, like, a lot of the time they just stay in this stasis, so while in stasis they don't age. And as such, you sometimes find Tau that will live multiple centuries because for most of that, they are not technically awake or even alive. Kin do live a very long time. I might be spreading misinformation here, mind you. Well, there's a few things that the humans do. The humans have the same type of psychic thing going on that the orcs do, just to a much lower level. If enough humans believe something, it becomes true. Such as if enough humans believe the Emperor's a god, the Emperor becomes a god. If enough humans decide that, yeah, I've already got like Sisters of Battle creating for mini miracles. You've got the Black Templars also creating mini miracles. You have the tech adepts of Mars doing stuff that like absolutely makes no sense and shouldn't work, but somehow it works. Like, if we just pray and do this ritual, you know, the machine will work again. And it's like, no, that shouldn't work.
Old ethereals be looking like the prophets. This has no implications on their nature, not at all. For the great journey, wait a minute.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, humans, they're not the most long-lived. That's probably not a good comment to do. But if you compare them to, like, two of the major races of 40k, just struggle to live past 50 naturally without doing stuff. Humans live like twice as long. And that's the Necrons and the Tau. The humans are definitely incredibly fast with incredibly good senses compared to a lot of races. Like, even for orcs and stuff, the humans are generally much faster than them. They're much quicker witted. They much better, naturally just much better shots and stuff. A lot of the lore has changed, mind you, over the years. Look at those thin legs. He skips leg day. Necrons, by which you mean the Necron tier, right? Yeah, the Necrons as in before they became robots. Back when they all had super cancer. They didn't live very long. The old ones lived a long time, but it's probably due to their genetic tech, because they had massive genetic tech. Oh yeah, by the way, for humans also, in current lore, the humans' genetic tech is basically better than everybody else's genetic tech.
Did you already play the Space Marine games on stream?
Yeah, we did. We played Space Marine 1 a while ago, then Space Marine 2 also a while ago now, but not as long ago. There's a playlist with them all in. I might go back to Space Marine 2. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of it. It was fun enough. Hi, Nick the Salamander. It's been a while. Let's put little feet on them. You need to see them. Yeah. Oh no, the toe just... Oh no, sorry. I thought that was a toe then. I was like, how am I going to cut that off? No, it's just a bit of sprue. But yeah, what else is there? Oh yeah, humans have quite advanced technology. They advance their technology relatively quickly, but not as quickly as the Tau did. They've also got like this ancient kind of almost forgotten technology, a bit like the Necrons. On top of this, the humanity has created a bunch of tech like Necron tech without ever, you know, copying the Necrons as far as they're aware. We saw this with the Maelstrom stuff, where they had ancient tech that, you know, somehow calmed the warp around it, but it wasn't black pylons. Ayunchi for Tau Ethereal beat Orcs by the dozen in melee solo, somehow held them back for very long before reinforcements arrived. For lore on who is the main character at the moment, Yeek. The Tau Ethereals actually used to be kind of menaces in melee for a while. They weren't like super powerful in melee, but I think it came from the mem of just how hard the
A wild
Ethereals hit.
salament has appeared. No, wait, Capcom level I stuck see a moment, a wild salamander appears.
A wild salamander appears, yeah. So humans are crazy in 40k. Oh yeah, that's it. The Ethereals used to have like really vicious melee stats. They weren't super vicious, but they actually could hit in melee, and they were like strength 8 power weapon attacks. So they actually had a decent chance of like killing things. And I think that became a bit of a mem, and then they decided to expand on the mem by having an actual Tau Ethereal that could do melee. And then he had like actual rules that were even more dangerous than the average guy, and he had like a 6-pack. Like if you look up his model, he had like massive 6-pack. You also had the Ethereal bodyguard who were actually good in melee. But again, you have... This was also back when they were toying with the idea that Tau were also very good at genetic engineering. But now the idea is that Tau are not good at genetic engineering. They don't understand how humans do it at all. That's the current law. It used to be that the Tau could create space marines if they wanted to. Well, what is it? So humans have space magic like the orcs do, where their sheer will is capable of just making stuff happen in the warp. They also have some weird esoteric technology that no one really understands. Oh yeah, human tech is also weirdly compatible with Necron tech. Or at least some of human tech is anyway. And humans have been able to replicate Necron tech, which is absolutely insane. Like people talk about Tau reverse engineering, what's it called? Orc tech, and here's a human just reverse engineering Necron tech. But humans also have like, why haven't the humans reverse engineered Orc tractor weapons? Because humans in 40k already have tractor weapons that are far better. Like tractor beams. Ayunshi's model is a beefcake. Well, not actually, but built like a catchin, yeah. Was a Tau Ethereal that was captured by the Dark Elder. He's been surviving in the fighting arenas for a long time. Ooh. I don't know how much that law still sticks around though with the Ethereals. I know the Ethereals are kind of okay in melee still. I say okay, like they can hit. But that's more due to the weapon than anything else. Oh. Warhammer community page is broken. No! Okay, if we go to Tau for here, we look at the Ethereal. Oops, I didn't want to add an Ethereal. There we go. Yeah, for honor stuff, 2 attack hits on 4 stun 5. Okay, if they don't actually hit that hard. The honor stuff used to be ridiculous. It used to be like a power weapon. I say it used to be ridiculous. It could actually... It was a threat. Compare it to like the Space Marine Power Fist or even like generic Guardsman, it wasn't much of a threat, but still. Ethereals don't like the cast mixing because that is how they get their melee stats. A lot of Mars tech created due to proximity to a Void Dragon Shard. That's probably why it's compatible with Necron tech. Possibly, actually, yeah. But humans have created various things through the ages that are just insane. Like the very much Necron level. And humans have reverse engineered Necron tech. Humans also... Oh, the other thing humans have done. If you look at each of the things humans have done, is they've made fleshes weak and turned themselves into robots. Just like the Necrons did. Kind of. They've got powerful psychers. And can manipulate the warp like the orcs. They live longer than most of the race, well, at least many of the races, and are generally quicker witted and just stronger and better skilled. But at least compared to like the size, because that's the other thing is like the humans, like humans aren't necessarily stronger than orcs in the same way that Eldar aren't necessarily like stronger than a Space Marine. But for their size and how thin they are, like for the Eldar, they're very, very strong. And this similarly goes for humans, in which, for how small they are, they're surprisingly strong. Like, humans and orcs used to have the same strength stat. And the orcs are purposely much bigger than humans. And there's even a little bit in the lore saying that, yeah, orcs are so big and so strong, but they're not that much stronger than a human until you get to the very, very big orcs. So yeah, so that bit they've moved away a little bit from, but humans still are quite strong and quite fast for like for what you'd expect for the size. We've also got crazy genetic tech, and they've tech advanced surprisingly quickly. So in many regards, they are basically like the jack of all trades of 40k. Anything that anyone else does for humans kind of do too. Remember, orcs used to be strength 3. Orcs used to be strength 3. Strength 3, toughness 4. The exact same strength as a normal human. They got +1 strength on the charge to become strength 4. Orcs were also initiative 2, which meant that they basically almost always went last in melee. So 71. Where art thou? Now, the current law is, though, that orcs are a lot bigger than they used to be. That's why orcs are so much tougher and stronger than they used to be. Because literally the law, in the same way that Primaris Marines came out, making Space Marines literally bigger than they used to be, in lore as well as in model size. But orcs, since the Octavius War, whatever, and well, actually Gaskell Thacker's War getting bigger and bigger, for orcs have been getting bigger and stronger. So, what used to be like, what used to be considered like the size of a knob is like basically the size of a normal orc boy now.
Huff word of the day.
Hi,
Documentary. Here we have the wild cupcakes. They are very small. but they live in colonies with the conjurer. The conj.
The conj. The conj is significantly larger, and they are very tasty. No, we're not tasty. Don't eat us. $71 is there. Where is all the other pieces? Like, they all need this, in theory. Okay, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe there is just one. In which case I'm putting on this one. Green and purple's I take. My favourite bit of human tech is the gun on the arc mechanic ship. The Spritzner. It sends anything it hits back in time by a couple of seconds, so they occupy the same space and destroy each other. That's hilarious. Now that's just the kind of crazy human tech that, you know, that sounds like something a Necron should do. Oh my gosh, the Cold Star Commander is absolutely huge. Why is he only toughness 5? I feel like the Commander battle suits need to be much tougher. Like, I've heard people complain about it. It's like, oh, okay, okay. And it's like, yeah, they need to be tougher. They're not wrong when they say Commander battle suits are kind of on the weaker side of the size. They need to be toughness 6. Or maybe not. Maybe the battle suits just need to be toughness 4. Like, what's the difference in stats between the two of them? Are the Commander battle suits, do they have better armor saves? Not armor saves, do they have better, more wounds and stuff? I need to look this up. I need to look this up. Even Termies are toughness 5? No, battle suits used to always be made out of paper. That was kind of half of the fun of them, in which they were kind of glass cannons. We had 3+ armor saves and were like toughness 4 or 5. I give a toughness 5 with 3 wounds, no, 5 wounds, 4 wounds normally, and they got 3+ armor saves. That feels about right. The Commander in Cold Star Battlesuit has 6 wounds normally, 8 of his 2 shield rounds. Still only toughness 5, and only a 3+ armor save. Oh. Commander in Enforcer Battlesuit has a 2+ armor save. Okay, that makes sense. I feel like the Cold Star they either need more wounds or better armor save. If you want to actually compare them to a Terminator, I don't think they're much different in size. Let's compare a Battlesuit to a Terminator. Yeah, they're about the same size. I can understand why a Battlesuit's only toughness. Why does this not want to glue down? That's not a lot. Yeah, for toughness 5. The Terminators have a 2+ armor save and 4+ invulnerable save. When you remember that Tau battle suits are not made out of the same ridiculous armor, like these are made out of plasteel, ceramite and whatever. It's incredibly tough material that the power armor's made out of. Tau battle suits are not made out of that. They might as well be made out of plastic in comparison to like a Terminator. And they're just massive thick ceramite. On top of these guys have incredibly powerful force fields. Just located in the shoulder pad. You have to remember that human tech, especially when you get to Space Marines, is far more advanced than Tau tech. The Tau don't even truly understand power armor from everything I've read about it. So you then got like, that's his force field that does the same as doing the little shoulder pad of a Terminator. But yeah, there's a size difference of like these two. You'd think it'd at least be toughness 6. But for coats or battle suit. That being said, for broadside is only toughness 6, so maybe this should be toughness 6. Actually, no, these two being the same toughness, I can very much believe. This is a 2+ armor save, and I think it has more wounds. So yeah. I can't believe, though, that these two are meant to be this guy is meant to be commanding this squad of these guys. It's just too big in comparison. For my photon, or at least toughness 5, even with battle line. Yeah, toughness is not really a very fixed thing for like how good it is. Or how, whatever. Photon or toughness 5, because one, they do have advanced tech. When we were reading the Combat Patrol, I don't know how canonical it is, but when we were reading the Combat Patrol, it suggested that the basic armor that the Photon use is very similar to power armor. It's not as big, it's not as tough, it's not as strong, but it's very similar to power armor. The other thing about Photon is that they are all genetically engineered to be incredibly tough and to be incredibly strong and to survive in incredible environments. So the Photon are literally just that tough. They're literally built different. For Photon guys with the big hammers, they're toughness 6 for berserkers and they don't wear any armor. Well, they have cyber stims. Imagine a cyberpunk character doing now that's been maxed out and has nanobots running through their entire body. And they've just got like all these injector systems in them that inject them full of steroids and painkillers and adrenaline and nanobots. That's basically what the Siphonian berserkers are. In fact, half of them just have robotics in them anyway. Are they using the same sorts of advanced tech that you're seeing for AdMech and the Dark Age of technology? So yeah, that's why the Photon are incredibly tough. They're genetically engineered super soldiers that are designed to survive pretty much any sort of hostile environment. And for all wearing exosuits, and those not wearing exosuits are pumped full of nanomachines, son. So yeah. So I don't think the only one where it's like for toughness, there's only 2 models at the moment I'm aware of where I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. Gene Sealer abominations because they're just too small. If they were bigger models, I'd believe it, but they're just so small. They do not feel toughness 6. They do not feel like multi-wound models. Nano machine, son. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they know Space Marine armor battlesuits are made from materials from reverse engineering. Are you sure? I thought the battlesuits, they already had battlesuits before power armor before they ever made contact with humans. In fact, yeah, they did, because they had railguns from the Photon. I'm not sure they do have ceramite, because I was reading one of the things of Tau where they had was a Tau an ethereal, a fire warrior, water caste person, and an engineer. Well, basically, yeah, one from each caste and an ethereal were all stood in front of, like, captured, I think it was raptor armor. So it was power armor. And they were discussing about it. And the fire warrior, I think, it was, like, super arrogant. The Earthcast was like, we've not come close to unlocking all of its stuff yet. In many regards, it feels so primitive. Yet, at the same time, it's incredibly advanced. And the Fire Warrior dude is just like, our tech spectre will destroy them. And the VP who just walks in and says, all it took was 5 of them to completely disturb our entire campaign. So I'm not sure they true. Like, one of the things is that they have the black carapace, or whatever it's called. You know, the thing that they install into the Space Marines that allows them to interact with a power suit as if it's a second skin.
A
For
fire,
power armor.
earth, air, water cast, and an ethereal walk into a bar.
Oh, I don't think there was an air cast. I think there wasn't an air cast there. But hi, Severin. Hello. We are big love hearts to everybody today. But yeah, so yeah, I don't think they really understand like how the second skin works, because Tau battle suits do not work like that. They can control it with like the mind and stuff. Actually, no, Tau battle suits do kind of work like that. I remember there being a point where like, if a Tau battlesuit lost its limb, the Tau Fire Warrior might lose the use of its limb for a while, because, you know, it's like losing the limb. Oh, I don't know if that's true anymore. I know that they've kind of... The lore and the Tau have changed, like, massively. They've said certain stuff and they've read... Out of every single faction, I feel like the Tau in the has probably had the most, outside of its first 2 editions anyway, the most what do they call it? Retro, not retro. I forgot the word. Where they just talk about where they replace stuff, but like they change the law. The Tau law has been, like, changed many times. Retcon, that's it. Yeah, retcon. Before finding out ceramite, battlesuits had limited energy output because otherwise it generates too much radiation. Looking into ceramite got them radiation insulation and the suits get better. Oh. Yeah, I don't think the materials they're using are still on the same level as power armor and stuff like that in terms of equipment. Like, a battlesuit offers the same armor save as power armor, because I generally don't think that they, you know how to make the armor as good as like ceramite. And to get to like 2+ armor saves, you have to have these absolutely massive suits that are just have multiple layers of armor. So I don't think their material science is to get on the same level as the Imperium, or at least the Imperium high-tech. Like, the pinnacle of Tau technology you see on the battlefield, like in every facet of their society, you find the pinnacle of their technology being applied. Humans, you very rarely see the pinnacle of their technology being applied. Humans have access to material science that are far beyond even what humans are even aware of if they can do. Like you've got Artificer armor, which is lighter than Power armor, but tougher than Terminator armor. And you have, and they still produce it. It's not just relics. They still produce it in very small quantities. We might see human tech as primitive due to the lack of an AI. I think, yeah, that was actually a big thing. The lack of the AI stuff. And I think in this conversation, they did discuss, you know, their AI. And how the Tau themselves should be wary of it themselves. But they can't just dismiss what happened to the humans and think themselves better. Which is actually kind of the thing I like about the Tau. They do learn from they learn from their own mistakes and they learn from other people's mistakes. Almost every single time where you can say the Tau did something that sounds incredibly stupid. Humans also did it. And then you can say, well, the Tau did it more than once. Yeah, the humans also did it more than once. In fact, they might have done it more than the Tau. Like sending diplomatic missions to the Tyranids. The humans did that more than once. But they did it quite a few times, actually. But yeah. Well, there used to be Tyranid diplomats. Yep, that's the thing people forget. There used to be Tyranid diplomats. And those same diplomats did go and visit the Tau. And people say, well, the Tau tried doing like diplomacy of the Arcs and trying to get peace with the Arcs. Yeah, the humans have done that multiple times. Half the time you actually do manage to sue for peace. But Arcs are capable of diplomacy. They like their diplomacy. Soaps be soating, yeah. The Tau get a lot of flack that they don't really deserve. Or a lot of stuff. But so do, like, most of the factions, to be honest. Honestly, I love Machine Spirits as an actual Warp Spirits combined faith. Does funny thing in 40k. Yeah, what I liked about the Machine Spirits was they are basically computers. It's literally there's three types of Machine Spirits. You got the Machine Spirits, like you say, where they're kind of Warp Spirits themselves. You've got Machine Spirits where it's actual AI, which is you see in a lot of stuff. And then you get Machine Spirits.
Loads of their units have the fly keyword. They get an adequate amount of flack.
I mean, don't forget the fly keyword is, unlike the psychic keyword, the fly keyword does have advantages. You can move over terrain. Also, how many units do they have as for fly? You've got the Crisis Battlesuit variations. The major battlesuits. The broadsides don't. And then the commanders. I think the stealth suits do as well. The Imperium has all of the Graph tanks used to have a fly keyword for the Imperium. What the Space Marines have, what do they have? They got the Storm Raven, you've got the gunship, you've got the fightercraft ship, then you have the Thunderhawk, you've got the Assault Marines, you've got the Vanguard Marines, you've got the not the Incursus. Are they called Incursus actually? I don't know. The guys that jump, the Graphis flying dudes. You've then got the jump pack commanders, the jump pack chaplain. To be fair, the Space Marines also have a lot of fly keyword units. But fly keyword is very useful. On top of this... Oh no, they've also got all of their craft also for fly keyword, don't they? Like for hammerhead and stuff. Yeah, that's where it starts getting bad for them. Like for battle suits and stuff, the fly keyword barely matters because they're not so tough that it really matters. Like most things that would be wounding them on threes are already going to be wounding them on threes. Fly keyword or no. Oh, so what I could do is I could give a commander guide double thing. And then what I could do is I could give one of them, the other two, each a fusion gun and a shield generator on the other arm. That could work. I like that idea. If anyone complains and say, well, if they wanted me to have this model equipped with 6 fusion guns, they should have given me 6 fusion guns. Yeah, Space Marines have a lot of units though, so that makes sense that I'd have a lot of flying units too. Yeah, it used to be that things like the repulsors and impulsors had the fly keyword, but they removed it with the new edition. So Space Marines were just as bad as it. I think the reason they removed them from the Space Marines is because ultimately they want the Space Marines to feel tough, and giving them the fly keyword removes that toughness. Or some of it. The Tau, on the other hand, they don't care about the Tau being kind of fragile. In fact, the Tau should be kind of fragile. They're not as fragile as they used to be, mind you. Like, Tau vehicles used to be very, very fragile. Not as fragile as the... Oh, what do you call them? Eldar. But fragile nonetheless. What's your fifth Xeno faction? I don't know. I like the Tau. I don't count Leagues of Photon as Xenos. I just count them as a variety of human. They're not part of the Imperium, but they are human. I like the Eldar as well. Especially for Eldar Corsairs. I used to absolutely adore the Dark Eldar. Still do. Still do. Some of the Photon are also aware that they used to be human. Or at least they descend from the same place that the Imperium does. The kin. They are very well aware of that. Otherwise, we have to start considering Ratlings and Ogrins as, you know, aliens, and they're not, they're abhumans. Yeah. The Imperium would hate you more for considering them human or abhuman. Then the Photon would care for it. The Photon don't like the Imperium at all. Considering it must be like the same as the Imperium, they would hate, especially. No, 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 no. Let's look. Are there multiple shoulder pads or for only 3 shoulder pads in the box? There was a shoulder pad there. There's a shoulder pad there. There's a second shoulder pad there.
I just heard you say you liked the Tau. Thank you. Thank you.
I do, look. I'm literally building the Tau. Look. Big old Tau batter suit. We're building a Tau batter suit here. We've got a ghost keel right here. And we've got big old broadside right here. I like all of the factions. It's hard to pick a Xenos faction I actually, you know, prefer over the others. So there's 2 big shoulder pads here. 1, 2. There's 1 shoulder pad here. Yeah, I can't see a second one. And I can't see a third one on this sprue. 1, 2. They're part of the thighs. Like, I mean, I kind of like to see proper vampires in 40k that aren't just, you know, with blood angels. Or do you know other undead? I'd also like to see proper grot faction in 40k. That would be very nice. What other 8 Xenos are for this Kroot? I like my Kroot. There's a Thespid. I really like my Thespids as well. Oh, what about the sylphs of the sylphs? Do you know the alien mercenaries used by the Dark Eldar? I like them, the snake people. They're fun. We could have them in. They're basically Age of Sigmar already. You've also got the... I love my arcs. Oh gosh, yawning. Yeah, anything I'm missing here? Just the head. Oh, I do like this head. That goes on piece 50. Yeah. I really can't pick a favourite faction. I'd like to see more of, you know, the minor factions of 40k that you don't really get to see. Exodites, the Grot Revolution faction, the... What else is there? Hood are an interesting Xenos with their time manipulation. They seem to share... they share a pantheon with the Eldar. That's interesting. I don't know if I would ever see the Hood, though. Because I don't really know, like, what vehicles and stuff they'd have. Unless maybe we see, like, the Chaos versions of them. Like, as Chaos Mercenaries. The Hood of a reason for the Barbus and Toik. Yeah. You'd kill for more Harlequin content. Harlequin content could be fun. I think other than the Harlequin don't have their own codex anymore, which is a shame. I feel like there's already quite a bit of Harlequins. Do 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 do. Like, they're definitely not the least faction around. Oh, what can go on the shoulder? Let me check. What do my guys have on the shoulder? New recruit. Oh! Wait, Winds Road is here. Is that denim? That looks like denim. Nowhere to retreat as the orcs burn the word down from pole to pole. Oh. Winds Road. Dragons Road. Anyway, yeah. I'm hoping that comes with like a new Crimson Fist model. Okay, what do my Sunforged battle suits have? Twin pulse carbines on the drones, shield drones, Sunforged drones. Two fusion blasters. Crisis battle suits, legends. Yeah, they really... I don't get why Crisis battle suits became legends, but they continued selling the exact same Crisis battle suits that are incapable of building the units that they want you to build. I could put an iron blaster on his shoulder. I'm going to put this thing on one shoulder because it looks cool. Originally, the hood were basic if escaping before redesign. They do have weaponry. A Deathwatch team for second Ultramarine novel used one against a Tyranid leading an invasion. Ooh. That would be cool to see them then. One of the things I'm hoping is that they get rid of this entire thing of trying to keep everything incredibly separate from one another. And bring back more customization. Between the various gaming systems they've got. Why is it this does not want to stick? You'd think the reason that the Tyranids in this galaxy would get a bit more respect. Aren't the Tyranids in this galaxy for a different reason? Like it was due to a pharaoh speaking or whatever that they created. Do you not know the Barabbas Antioch? I don't know a lot about the Bantius Antioch. I know there's a big battle of a flood that the Lunar Wolves fought in, which is Horus's Legion. And they lost a heck of a lot of Lunar Wolves in the battles, like loads and loads of Space Marines died. But they managed to eventually defeat them. If that's what you're referring to. I think the Pharaoh speaking is why the Tyranids are here. Although, was arguably, the Tyranids were already there before it, so... I don't know. I think part of the reason why TIE technology generally has like lower toughness is because of just how chock-filled of electronics everything is. Like, as big and thick as the other battle suits are, it's not, that entire thickness is not just battle suit, it's like system upon system, electronics, computers, batteries. And it doesn't take a great... You don't have to hit it very hard to start breaking those electronics. At least that's my feel of why I like Tau. One of the reasons why Tau tech is kind of weaker than others. Like Eldar tech and Dark Eldar tech, there's like no electronics in there. It just kind of works. Necron tech is full of wires and gubbins, but half of those wires and gubbins can be disconnected and it still just works. Imperium generally try avoiding using too much computing and stuff like that, so... I don't need to quite go to the same level. There we go. These two bits go together here. Yeah, let's compare this guy. The Terminator. Yeah, I can see why. Only toughness 5 with 3+ armor save. They have 4 wounds as a basis, don't they? They got more wounds than a Terminator. Karma seems to suggest they dislike long pitch battle. Seems like they prefer quick lightning strikes during combat. Yeah, they do. They also prefer to fight at much greater ranges, so if the enemy gets too close, they
How tall are you, Conjurer?
Evacuate. How tall are you? Am I? I am 268 meters tall. I decided to increase my height. Or 6'4", you know. One or the other. Depends how I feel. (195 centimeters). Yeah, but Tau do dislike pitch battles. Yeah, once the Tau... The way that Tau do combat is very similar to how, like, we do combat in real life. I say we. Like, do you know the NATO doctrine? Like, if you are going to have a pitched battle, you want that pitched battle to be over as quickly as possible. So you'll bombard the enemy with artillery and ranged attacks for a while, but not super long. You don't give them long enough to set up defenses. You hit them hard, hit them fast, and then you send in overwhelming firepower, like loads and loads of tanks, loads and loads of light vehicles and supporting vehicles and infantry, just absolutely smashing into them, like way more firepower than what they have. And as a result, they'll be just overwhelmed. And while it might take quite a few casualties in the battle, it'll be far less casualties than if you didn't go in like that immediately. That's kind of just how the Tau do combat in general. If they do have some enemies that have like greater firepower than them, or if they just feel like if we do a fight here, it's going to take forever to win the fights, it's going to give us a lot of casualties, then instead just fall back to somewhere else, to where either they can fight you with a more significant advantage, whether due to field terrain, air support, or getting reinforcements, or where they can ambush you. But to be fair, that is how a lot of factions fight. Like the Eldar will fight like that. Even things like the Arcs and the Imperium will often avoid doing a pitched battle that isn't going to instantly go in their favour. Because why would you? It's a definition of insanity to fight a pitched battle. I think one thing we need to remember, though, is that it's ultimately a board game, and the rules themselves aren't necessarily going to be representative of how it would actually perform in the battlefield. Like, in theory, any sort of Space Marine veteran like Terminators and Sternguard and stuff like that should always be hitting on 2s, not 3s. All of the Aspect Warriors should be hitting on 2s, not 3s. Space Marines should have more than a 6-inch movement. It should be 8 or 9 inches. The Eldar should be moving quicker than 7 inches. So, there's a clip of the show Exodite that the Tau fighting Kriegsman saying that the humans die quickly to a tactic called the Cunning Blow. In the next scene, they fall to a blow from a shovel. Yeah! That's the Tau arrogance coming into play. One of the things that you can see quite often with the Tau is them being extremely arrogant. You don't see this amongst all the Tau. Generally, you see like the calmer-minded Tau. And things like the Ethereals. Not all of the Ethereals will generally be like, our foes are not stupid, they are not weak. The Exodite was done in a time where the Tau was more... They definitely focus more on the naivety and arrogance of the Tau, not understanding the grandness of the universe around them. The Tau aren't really like that as much anymore. They understand the scale of the Imperium. And of the Eldar and everybody else. One of the things I still find funny, though, is that if you ask people which is the race with, like, the fewest people within it, and, like, or at least the faction that's, like, is the closest to dying off, in terms of, like, how few people it has. Most of them would answer for Eldar. The real answer is for Tau. You don't necessarily think that. But you have to remember that Tau exist with just a very small area of the world, of a universe, galaxy. They've not been around a very long time. And they only have like 100 or so worlds or something stupid. Well, they have like 1,000 worlds, but most of them aren't really hospitable. On top of that, the planets that they have colonized and stuff, there's still growing populations on those planets. They also suffered massively at High Fleet Gargan, and they've only just recovered from it. So yeah, the tower. Meanwhile, for Eldar, they've got hundreds of craft worlds, each with tens, hundreds of billions of Eldar upon them. There's trillions of Eldar within the galaxy. If we include the Dark Eldar interfact and all the Corsairs and the points in the webway, there's no real shortage of Eldar. Tau probably aren't the most. Yeah, they have hive worlds. There's been at least 1 or 2 hive worlds that have joined the Tau, meaning humans are probably the most numerous race within the Tau Empire. It wouldn't be surprising if actually, like, canonically, a lot of the Tau Fire Warriors, you know, that fight in the front line are actually humans. Unfortunately, the grippy grips of these feet make it very hard for them to stick to the base. Yeah. The Tau are one of the most fun races, though. One of the things the Tau have to their advantage compared to humans is that a Tau Fire Warrior that falls in the battle... Actually, it's similar to the Space Marines, in which a Space Marine that falls in battle likely isn't dead. And the same goes like Fire Warriors and stuff. As far as I'm aware, the Tau are a lot more fragile than humans are. Like, humans can recover from injuries that would absolutely just guarantee the death of a Tau without, like, serious high-tech medical stuff. Future tech medical stuff. Meanwhile, humans have, like, a bunch of redundant organs, and organs that don't have any redundancies, but you could probably remove them and the human would still survive and live a full, long life. But yeah, the Tau aren't like that. But nonetheless, the Tau, like, the entire armor and stuff is designed to make sure that they can survive, like, serious injuries. And then they'll get quick medical aid to keep them alive and stuff. The same goes with Space Marines. The Space Marine, like, suffers serious injury in a battle, there's a good chance that the next battle, the Space Marine will be up and about again. Potentially without even any bionics or robotics. Because they can always grow new organs and stuff for them. And get surrogate organs. There's little flying stand holes in them. If you wondering what those holes are for, the big commander had it as well. But yeah, the tower. Oh yeah, the other thing is, I like to imagine that, do you know when the reason a Terminator isn't like super good stats? Is that as soon as a Terminator starts taking too much damage, they just teleport it out to the battlefield. If they can. So like if you hit something like a Terminator with a railgun cannon, it's probably dead. If a Terminator starts taking like too much bolter or last fire or something.
Why does the Tau have the coolest models? It's because they're space weeps.
Yick. Hello, Crazy Butt Nick, and hello, Erland. Yeah, I like to imagine that when like Terminator almost comes under last fire and like a bunch of small arms fire and they like start running away. Or, you know, not running away. And the Terminator, your model dies. I like to just imagine that in that situation, they just literally teleport it back onto the ship. Or back to safety for like, we can't afford to lose relic armor or let it suffer too much damage. It's better to lose a battle. And the saying goes like your commanders and important figures. And potentially even things like actually your dreadnoughts. Or that will happen for dreadnoughts is they'll recover it if a person inside is dead. They'll just replace them. If not, they'll just repair it. That's what canonically happens with the Necrons. We know that much. There we go. All of that's good. Sorry, just getting loads of notifications here. Need to respond to some of these. There you go, it's fine. Yeah. It's quite common in Space Marines novel to have a heavily injured Marine reappear in an epilogue showing off a new mechanical body part. Yeah. I like to imagine the Tau do that a lot. Especially with things like battle suits as well. The Eldar probably do that quite a bit too, in which once the Eldars like start suffering too much casualties or, you know, they start coming under heavy fire and instead start falling back. Because, you know, they're like, no, we can't afford to lose you and your spirit stones. Just get out of there. Pick up the spirit stones off the foes that have fallen. It only makes sense if some of the factions, like, as I said, Space Marines, Eldar, Necrons, and Tau themselves. Some of the factions, though, no sense. Like, I don't imagine that Astra Militarum is just constantly bringing people out. But I also like to imagine that now you don't have units, you know, breaking and fleeing from the battlefield. Instead, they... What happens with the units now? Oh yeah, they just take battle shock or whatever. I like to imagine that losing units... Because you can't just have a unit break from battle shock and disappear off the edge of a battlefield or just get overrun. The geese outside being noisy. There must be other ones. But some of the casualties for taking is just from people running away from the battlefield. There we go. Sorry, I'm just struggling to think of words right now. And we do know from various lore that it's like, if a space marine falls in battle and they won't, and like they can't save themselves, you'll often have another space marine or two will go and save that space marine, and will flee the battle with them in tow, like carrying the space marine. And I imagine the space marines aren't the only faction that does that. Imagine the guard. Actually, no, we've seen that with the guardsmen too, in which what's his name is down. Go, grab him. Get out of here. If you're not going to see that with a lot of guard, it's generally things like the Gaunt's ghosts and stuff. You'd see that sort of thing happening. But even the orcs in lore do stuff like that, don't they? They're not just crazed brutes. We'll often see when that's a disadvantage, you'll be like, no, we're getting out of here. Everyone fall back. Oh, that would be so fun if they introduced, like, orcs became toughness 3 or something stupid. Like, if they don't bring back the entire thing of, you know, your models being able to disappear. Certain units, you know, like the ones that used to get leadership bonuses from hordes, instead they get toughness bonuses. Like your orcs are maybe like toughness 4 normally, but if you've got more than 10 models in the unit, they're toughness 5. If you've got more than 15 models, they're toughness 6. And if you've got less than 10, they fall down to toughness 4. And if you've got less than 5, they fall down to toughness 3. So the more you kill, the easier they become to kill. That would be a really fun mechanic. I think they wouldn't do that because, you know, that would be considered too confusing and difficult for players to do. But that would be a kind of fun. I don't know how else they would bring back, you know, the entire leadership mechanic stuff without, you know, just bringing it back fully. Do, 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 do. They actually do have that thing in campaign, don't they? Where every single model you lose or something in a campaign. Oh no, a bit broke off the side of this. Where there's a little thing there that's meant to be where it can just stick into here. Oh, sad. Oh, whatever. Just gonna have to glue it sideways on. Yeah, it's meant to have just that little thing there, that little nubbin. Fruit warriors. Oh yeah, in campaigns they have a thing where if every module you lose or something, you roll a dice for each one and a 4+ they survive. Or it's like the first time they survive or something. And then each campaign after that, like they die, they can like start suffering injuries or whatever. But they can also become like veterans. So this gives you a reason to play kind of defensively in campaigns because you don't want to lose your entire army. It's better to lose the battle than it is to lose your army. Because if you lose your army, the next battle, you're going to have less soldiers to fight with. Yes, that's how I imagine it. There we go. Oh no, it needs to be lowered a little bit. A bit further back. There we go. Oh, it's not easy. Oh, my tummy hurts. There we go. My favourite thing though is, do you know in novels where you've got a named character that's like an important named character, but they're not the main character, and you don't necessarily even get their point of view, but they're like a commander or something, and you see them like die multiple times, but every single time they die it's just like a week later they just reappear just exactly as they were. I think that's like my favourite kind of in-joke within the game. Not the game, within the stories. That's kind of related to the game. It's like, yes, they're constantly reappearing because the Imperium just has advanced technology that can, resurrect these people and we put them back together again. And we see it constantly. It's one of the reasons why, like, you find certain characters are just appearing in one story after the other over 100 years. That one guy in Halo. Yeah. I kind of find, like, that would be... Oh, gosh, my tummy. Just really funny. How did you survive? It's classified. Yeah. Oh, I just like the idea of characters doing something stupid. But it's just that, when you're playing the game itself, though. You're constantly going to have your character. It's like, this is my chapter master, Marnius Kelgar, or this is my commander for my army. And it's like, I took out your commander. Next time you play, your commander's back to being fine again. No changes. The model is exactly identical to it was last time. I just find that kind of funny as like a nod to that sort of thing. Of the same characters appearing in one game after the next, exactly as they were before, despite being like obliterated by a rail cannon. And it's like, your Officer Joe, he got obliterated by a rail cannon, Corporal Joe, obliterated by a rail cannon last game. It's like, yeah, he got better. Marnius Kelgar in Defiler. Marnius Kelgar in Falchion. Have you seen that one? For the new Falchion for Horus Heresy, people is like, Marnius Kelgar in Falchion. In addition to Marnius Kelgar in Terminator Armor from the Horus Heresy. Cataphracti Terminator armor, that's it. Talk about Vtuber. We were talking about Vtuber. That wasn't even talk about space means. That was actually a guardsman for character. I remember doing that. And we got into that conversation from Vtuber. From Vtuber, like, you know, I imagine that most of their casualties on the battlefield are like real life casualties where there's a good chance that they're going to get better. In real life, they're probably not going to be ever fighting again, but I imagine Vtuber can probably get them into fighting condition again. And that's just my favourite in-joke. Vtuber just sticks the brain into a robot. They actually do that kind of. Not like a dreadnought brain, but they don't do it to the same extent as like a dreadnought. They do it like, you might have a drone who has... They effectively build equivalent to like a ChatGPT thing of a person. So it's like all their thoughts, memories, and the way they behaved is programmed into an AI model to try and replicate that person. And then they might put that into a suit. But it's basically just a copy. I see as the injured Tau can be put into a battle suit and kind of pilot it like you would a dreadnought. Although the Tau don't really like doing that. Vtuber might like get you back into a position where you can walk and move about again by yourself though. That's the thing Vtuber would do. Vtuber wouldn't put your brain into a robot, that's what the Imperium would do. They'd instead get you into a position like, do you know where you're walking again? Or you might not be walking, you can get around by yourself. Whether it be in a wheelchair with the help of a drone. You're back into taking care of yourself anyway. If you're in that position, they might then let you pilot a battle suit. And I think they can do some battle suits remotely. But I don't think they're big fans of that. Yeah, Tau, they copy your brain to an engram chip and they stick that in other people or robot suits. Yeah. The closest I can think of the Tau definitely just making a brain though pilot a suit is when they've as far as I'm aware, they've got these stasis chambers where we were talking about it before. Where do you know some of the more long-lived Tau outside of Farsight? They keep them in these stasis chambers with their brains still active. So they can like speak to the person and the person can like go into simulations. But their body is held in stasis, so effectively if they're not going to age, they don't need to eat, they don't need to drink, any of that sort of stuff. And they might then put that person inside a battle suit while still being in stasis. Although I'm not sure if they put them in a battle suit or if a person remotely controls it. I think it's more if they remotely control it rather than being inside it. More like Race of a Tau or like Katana being stuck in the back of the Chief's helmet. Yeah. It's not quite like Wraiths. Wraiths is like the literal living energy and soul of a person. The engram is not that. Importantly, an engram is not that person. Another time when I was like seeing one of those engrams, I think it was an Earth cast, and they could speak to like an ancient engineer. Well, not an ancient engineer, her mentor. He had an engram. And she talked to it, but she kept finding flaws in the things it was saying. Like, he wouldn't say that, he wouldn't do this. It's not perfect. With the Eldar, if you can speak to someone's soul via the spirit stones, it will be that person. It might be a bit changed or different simply because, you know, I think being undead kind of does that to you. I imagine that now with the rise of, you know, all the AI stuff today, I imagine that maybe future Tau books, and it'd be really cool if future Tau books kind of like goes through the, you know, the issues that people face today with like where they see the AI as like real, but it's not. It'd be good if we see that. Like some of the Tau just get... I mean, we do see bits of that already where some of the Tau are getting kind of like... thinking too much of their drones and AI companions. And like not getting over lost properly because they've got this engram. The current leader of the Tau is actually an AI projection. They kept his death a secret from the population. I think Farsight found out. Oh, I've not actually heard that one. Because I know they've changed like why Farsight, you know, went crazy a few times. Either I just didn't know. I had been fed misinformation. Because I want to read more about the Tau, but I've only ever read the short stories or like extracts they've put on online. Don't Photon have sentient AI even more advanced than the Tau? Oh yeah, the Photon are sentient AI. It's not just more advanced than the Tau, it is in a completely different playing field. The Tau AI is effectively... The Tau have always been written as basically, what if modern humans in space, but with kind of tech that, you know, we could feasibly have, or, you know, that you normally see in sci-fi. So put the idea of like why they use railguns and pulse weapons as like their primary weapons. It's a big part of that, and like the burst cannon being kind of just looking like a Gatling gun. Look, they can combine that with the idea of, you know, like Gundams and stuff like that. But the way the Tau fight, the way the Tau do diplomacy and all of that stuff, it's very like based on like what we have today, and the same goes with the computers, their AI and how they would do technology. It's very similar to how we would do it. So their drones are literally just the idea of what if we had modern computers, just better. And the same goes with their drones. They're not really. But the Photon though, they're using the same Men of Iron. In fact, do you know the Men of Iron, in the Age of Strife, they apparently fought against humanity and almost wiped out humans? Apparently, we don't know how true that is or not. That's what the Photon have access to, these truly living, intelligent, sentient, having robots. The Imperium have access to the exact same type of technology. You see it more in the Horus Heresy. The Thousand Sons definitely use that technology still. And you do see it in place in parts of the Mechanicus, but technically it's heretic tech. Humanity does know how to make that stuff. Some of the vehicles that humans make does have that level of sentient AI still. Such as space stations, spaceships are usually the two that you see it most in. But also things like the Land Raider and like other really important vehicles, even like things like the Baneblade to a lesser extent, and Fellblades. They generally have a incredibly advanced computing within inside them. And that's not run by servitors, and that's also beyond anything that the Tau have. But it's not sentient tech, usually. Arguably, some Land Raiders are actually sentient. I read Farsight. People say it's bad, but I read JJK, so it's a significant improvement. What's JJK say? But honestly, pretty alright besides some flaws. Photon have true AI. Tau drones AI is much like hyper sophisticated code. Yeah. But Tau basically just have our computing tech just on steroids. The Imperium and Photon have tech that is basically just esoteric. It is basically equivalent to magic. Oh yeah, the AI is so incredibly advanced. Like, you know, for sentient AI, it's like it kind of. I swear we've done a couple of things where the AI might actually have souls. Like you've had that entire, you know, that AI Titan that fell to chaos, and apparently it has a warp signature. Like, do you know somebody with a soul would do? And apparently, like, some of the Thousand Sun robots and stuff apparently have, you know, signatures in the warp. Like, they do have some sort of soul that can be corrupted. I don't know how true that is, though. I don't know if that's just because of other things and it's not because of the actual AI having a soul, and it might just be the fact that they are corrupted by chaos, hence why they have warp signatures. Like they download their Codex Astartes and stuck it in for drones so it knows of limited actions. Yeah, they are for Iron Kings. Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh. Yeah, I read the Overlord books, which I found very fun, to be honest. But yeah, once you read those types of books, Warhammer books start feeling not that bad. Yeah, there are some Tau AI that's starting to get to a point where they're questioning if it is sentient or not, but I think it would be very fun if you know, for future Tau books explore that sort of thing more. But they do the same thing that, you know, we have with AI today, in which people are seeing it as, you know, alive and whatever, but it really isn't. I think machine spirits are more like sophisticated code that has minor but compounding defects in it. Yeah. That gives it what we humans would attribute as a person. It depends. You definitely have machine spirits that are alive and sentient. And like most of the ones that are like that are older than the Imperium itself, but not all of them are. Like they were creating them back during the Great Crusade era. The AdMech was still making them for a while, and some of the biggest ships still have these advanced whatevers, apparently, that are made today. Because every so often, the Inquisition allows, like, the AdMechs to flaunt the rules, especially when they need something, like, you know, a very, like, we need a giant ship, and we need to make sure it works. And the only way to do that is to, like, give it an actual proper AI. And sometimes the AdMech will just flaunt the rules anyway and try to get away with it. And when I say for AdMech, I generally mean individual tech priests, not the AdMech as a whole. But generally those ones, they are sentient. Like the Ironkin and stuff like that, they are sentient. And that can often be referred to as a machine spirit, and that's how they kind of get away with using it. You know, this AI, they don't refer to it as admirable intelligence, they refer to it as a machine spirit. It's just one with more personality. It's just one that can literally talk back to you. It's not AI. The other type, though, is, as you say, it's just really complex code that has a bunch of issues in it. and potentially it's very old. It's a bit like the photon cores, where they're very old, it's starting to have compounding issues. They've not updated for OS in a very long time. They've not cleared for cache. And they attribute to personality to it. Some of these are still incredibly advanced. For instance, like I mentioned, Land Raiders. Land Raiders used to have a rule which literally referred to that sort of thing, in which it couldn't get properly shaken. If anything happened to a Land Raider effectively, as long as the Land Raider wasn't destroyed, or the weapons weren't destroyed, it could keep firing. Never mind what happened to the people inside. And that's the law as well. Where the characters, where like the crew of thing could abandon a Land Raider or die inside the Land Raider, and the Land Raider would just keep going, keep fighting, protecting people, saving them, all sorts of things. But the intelligence and skill in which it could activate and, you know, work is far beyond like just a basic sort of just a computer. Even Tau drones. Biggest dreadnought of the Imperium is a Lunar class cruiser. The captain was preserved in a tank like how some of the Titans are piloted. Yeah. 5 kilometers by 3 kilometers by 1 kilometer dreadnought go. Yeah. A Crimson Fist Land Raider did that when Rindsworld was attacked by Hawks. Yeah. There's also they had a few of them in you know, if you read the old codexes, you can find a few entries of it as well. Of different Land Raiders doing stuff like that. I think there's also been a couple of instances of, you know, when they thought they've lost, like, vehicles, and then the vehicles, they're like, oh my gosh, something's coming from this angle. It's destroying the enemy. It's their own vehicle coming back to them. Oh, they need more of that, though. I think that was from one of the codexes, or a short story. Oh. But yeah, I think it really depends as well, because Herbie got an upgrade and Void Rage, yeah! Because I don't think, like, not all Land Raiders are built the same, not all ships are built the same, especially, like, depending on what Forge World your stuff's built on, whether you built it yourself or not. It can really change. Usually what I like to imagine, though, is machine spirit refers to just the coding of a machine. If we're talking about the machine spirit, we're literally just talking about... Well, it's not always that. For instance, Lehman Russes don't have any computers on board. They don't have any servo stuff. Not all of them anyway. I think some of them do. But your basic Lehman Russ, don't expect any computers on board. It's basically as bland as like a WW2 or Cold War tank. Well, that has a machine spirit. And it's and the way that is treated, though, it's the same way that, you know, we treat like machines today. Where it's like, sometimes you just have to warm it up. Sometimes, you know, it fails the first 2 times, but give it a good old go on the second time and it will get going. Ah, you just need to hit it. Teach you who's boss. That's like kind of how it's treated for machine spirits in these things. Basically just temperamental machinery. Gulliman's ship McCragg's Honor refused commands when it was briefly captured by traitor forces. It may have been Horan's forces that captured it. Ooh. That's fun. I don't like the man, but I admit his ship has drip. Yeah, I don't like Horan either. I'm joking, I know that's not who you meant. I like Gulliman. Gulliman's fun. Yeah, if people say, where's my double fusion? Or where's your other 2 fusion weapons on you guys? It's like, you know, I would have them. It's just, you know, all the missiles, they use fusion missiles on these guys. Like, that's what they are. It's just little fusion missiles. Hi, Rahel. The Alpha and Beta are bigger for what if Q ship, but massive? Oh. Well, for where's my Sunforged?
Mother, where is my Sunforged Crisis Suits unit?
This is what we're building now. I think these are Sunforged, aren't they, for fusion ones? I forget which ones are which. We're building for fusion ones. Unfortunately... Oh, darn it, I forgot to put the thighs on. The need for thick thighs. Look how skinny those legs are. Get yourself some thigh expanders. Thigh expanders? You mean burgers? You mean Krabby Patties? You can't eat that many Krabby Patties at once. Why? What's it gonna do? Goes to your hips. Goes to your thighs. Honestly, a space marine with Tau Tech. I've seen a couple of conversions like that. Ooh, I am planning actually to get some Deathwatch models because I just think they'll be fun. But I was watching, Angels of some, whatever it was called, Angels of Death.
I never try a Krabby Patty before.
Squidward, you've never had a Krabby Patty. Oh, but yeah. I'm thinking about getting some Deathwatch models because I was watching Angels of Death and was a guy who had a Deathwatch shoulder pod one. I'm like, oh yeah! Like he was with the rest of his chapter.
Do you remember your crisis suits? Pepperidge Farm doesn't remember.
Pepperidge Farm doesn't remember. No! I like these suits. But oh, darn, I forgot to put his other thigh on. But yeah, he had he was a blood angel, and he was like with his other blood angel guys, and he had the not Death Company, Deathwatch shoulder pad on, and arm. I was like, oh yeah, they can that's not the thing I'm looking for. Here we go. They can have they can still use the Deathwatch stuff after being in the Deathwatch. So I thought it'll be fun. Like, I have 100 points spare in my plasma battle line army. So I'm like, ooh, I can add some like Death Watching guys into this army. Because it's only 100 points. And they do have plasma pistol and a plasma gun in the Death Watch unit. So it's a perfect thing to put in. And there, I could give them literally the iron rifle, some like this or something, instead of a plasma gun. Because Death Watch do use Xenos technology. And then I can use like those spare Death Watch bits to just like kit bash some of my other models to have like things. What colour scheme are you planning for? I don't know yet for Fatao. I was thinking camo. Because they're meant to be a recon force. Like, the idea is Fatao went through like a natural farming wormhole. And when they got out to the other side with this expedition force, the portal closed at some point, not long after. So now they're trapped on the other side of this wormhole. So I'm thinking they'll probably be doing like full recon colours. I'm trying to decide what type of recon. I'm using that kind of deserty looking gravel base. And so it might be fun to do, do the, what is it called? The pink. Look up old World War II desert camo schemes and they use mixtures of pink. I think that would be fun, like this very pale pink colour with some browns and like off yellows. So returned Death Watch Templar squad. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah. I'm thinking about maybe putting like some of those spare Death Watch things of the kit onto other models in the army. Also, what do you mean that's actually kind of cool? Like, I do cool stuff. They used blues in desert camo. I think they also used pink. There's at least one of the pink desert camos was like a bright pink. Let me look up the desert camo and I could show you. Pink desert camo. Mountbatten pink. Here we go. This thing. I think it might be fun to do that, but try going with like a camo pattern. You still see it to some extent with some armies, like the Russian army used it, or still using it actually. Here we go. Here's another one where it's pink and green. Yeah, the Spitfire pink as well is there. Oh, here we go. I like this scheme. This could be fun. Something like that might be fun. Except, replace this yellow with like the pink colour. I'll replace the black colour with like a more orangey cut. Maybe more of this. So it's like these two colours here. Predominantly. With maybe just a lighter orangey colour also going through. But maybe, no, actually, maybe you do need the dark colour as well, just to break it up a bit. You want a rusty colour? Yeah, maybe. Or I might just go all in with like making them pink horror or something coloured. But I'm not sure. I'm also kind of like the idea of just making them white. Like the colour scheme you often see on this store. Or going with the standard ochre. Typhus corrosion. Nah, I think that would be a bit too much. I don't want them to actually look rusty. There we go. Instead of that black matte in a red-brown colour, the yellow of the sunlit sand, the orange for shadowed sand, the red-brown for rocks, pink for any cloud cover. Yeah, could go with that. I mean, if any of my armies are going to go full camo, it's probably going to be the Tau. But it's hard to say. The thing I've been wondering about the tabletop game is a fog of war mechanic that allows you to hide units. But other play will. But there's only one way you can hide your units fully, without your opponent knowing exactly where they are and where they're going to come from, and that's strategic reserves. Blue was used for light reflection desert camos. Oh. Could go for blue. But yeah. It's called strategic reserve. So what you do is you place your army down and you can put some of the units in strategic reserves. They don't need to do deep strike. They don't need to be able to do that. They don't have to fly. Any unit can go in strategic reserves, but there's a points limit. Generally 25% on the chapter approved tournament thing. But you've also got an extra 25% that can go in deep strike reserve. There's two types of strategic reserve. One is just standard, the other is deep strike. Both of them are 25%. Something that a deep strike unit can go in for normal strategic reserve, so you can have 50% of your army deep striking. But yeah. Well, so it's like, if I don't want them to know where my Templars are, I can just have them in strategic reserves, then in turn 3 bring them on from a table edge. Either my table edge or one of the other table edges. I can't remember if you can deploy from your opponent's backline at any point in the game. I think there was once you could do that, but I'm not sure if you can anymore. Yeet Stealer, Vibrate with Excitement. Space Marines honestly do that a lot too. A lot of armies like the deep striking. My Eldar love the deep striking. That's the closest you can get to. There is another thing, and that's called Ruins. With Ruins of the battlefield, your opponent can see exactly where your models are. And if your opponent wonders where they are, you have to tell them. Like if they can't physically see them. But what was it? With Ruins, if a ruin is between you and your enemy, even if your opponent's models can technically see that model, like, unless it's got the towering or Titanic keyword, they can't see that model. So if they can't shoot at it, even if they do otherwise look like they should be able to see it. That's the closest to Fog of War you get while your models are actually on the table. Other than that, you have to tell your opponent exactly what models you bring. So if you do have models in strategic reserve, tell them. You have to tell them. And if you can't just decide, like, you have to show them your army list. If you bring, like, more models than you're actually using, you have to tell them which models you actually are using. Because sometimes you will just have a big box full of models and you can't be bothered arranging it before the battle. There you go. Gene Stealer cults used to use the cult ambush markers as a way to hide their units. You could make like 4 to 6 units into those blips and you didn't have to reveal them until the start of your turn. Ooh. I think I was an 8th or 9th. It might have only been 8th. I don't know. There are ways to basically trick your opponent. For instance, there's certain things where you can put tokens down. And if you land near those tokens, you can like set up like easy or whatever, or earlier in the game. But you don't I don't think you always have to use the tokens. If you want to avoid using the tokens, you can do. And as a result, your opponent might prepare for you to arrive near one of your tokens, but reality is you're appearing somewhere else. Just for the love of the game. There we go. In the Space Crusade game, Xenos player gets blips where they can place down, and the Marine player won't know exactly. what they are until they get in line of sight. Some player cards could also reveal them. Ooh. Oh, I can make a cool little gun thing. This guy's gonna be so blasty. He's gonna have a blast of a past. Oop, I just realised his thing's on backwards. On one of the other ones we already built. There you go, shoulder mounted plasma gun. Or iron gun, whatever it is. Yep, this is on backwards. Oh gosh, that just fell straight off. Did not expect it just to fall off as soon as I grabbed it. And then he... I like playing a modified version of boarding actions where you use blimps would be a horror game for one player. True. I mean, there are like scenarios and stuff that already you can play with. Like the... like in Combat Patrol, we saw from the Combat Patrol magazines, where one player has one unit and the other player just keeps summoning units in. Like a never-ending wave attack. Okay, there we go. Let's compare. So this is like the sergeant of the unit. Oh my goodness. But they are two different scale of models. Oh gosh, like, guys, why don't we want to stick? No, there's a bunch of drones with these guys as well, but I think I'll just build the drones separately. So... as we've built drones before, they're kind of boring. Could be a bit of a shock turning a corner expecting a load of grots and one of the blips is a Chaos Dreadnought. That's insane. Like, how big are these guys compared to... like, compared to normal Tau, these guys are still absolutely massive. Compared to a normal Space Marine, honestly, not very big. Compared to a photon, should I get a photon to compare them to? Oh gosh.
Turns the corner, expects cultists, is actually a unit of chaos spawn. Screaming ensues from both sides.
So I'm going to show you a big massive photon guy. His toughness 6, tougher than a battle suit. 2+ armor save, better armor than a battle suit. Actually, I'll show you. I'll show you what they are. New recruit. Let me look what the stats are. I'll show you. I'll tell you anyway. Here they are. Toughness 6, 2 wounds, 3+ armor save. Never mind. 3+ armor save. Compared to a toughness 5, 4 wound models of the battle suits with a 3+ armor save as well. Which one's toughness 6, eh? Oh yeah, the photon are literally just built different though. You got the photon equivalent of a Terminator. Like, who would win in a fight? Oh god. Like, they're just No, his shoulder! His shield! It fell off! And his foot fell off as well. Okay, I might actually have to give him the flying stand. So that he doesn't fall over. Tau will always win if they fight on fair terms. You only beat Tau by denying fair. That's the same with every single faction, to be honest. If you fight to the enemy faction on fair terms, the enemy faction is likely going to win. Fight for orcs on fair terms, you're going to just be swarmed by hordes upon hordes of boys without any proper defenses. Just being put into a scrum melee, where they can blast you from every single direction as well. And the orcs will try to make a situation where you will fall into that. And they're surprisingly good at making people fall into that, including the Tau. If they weren't, then the orcs wouldn't be as dangerous as they are. Who else does that? The Imperium fight on fair terms. They're going to outnumber you. They're going to outgun you. They're going to be blasting you with artillery, ambushing you from the edges. Yeah. I was meaning more like who would win in a fight, like melee-wise. Every single faction in the game has a particular way that they enjoy fighting and will prefer to fight, and they will try to... If you read the lore especially, they will try to make every situation that they will fight in their preferred situation. And if they can't, then they will off... There's a few places that, you know, they will... If they can't get the situation they want, they'll actually still fight anyway. But most of the factions will be like, okay, this fight is not going to be a good fight for us. Just let's not fight it then. The Imperium does that a lot. One of the reasons you see the Imperium not do that too often is often if the Imperium are the defenders, not the attackers. And when they are the attackers, they're so focused on having to make sure that they can get the battle of the campaign finished as soon as possible. They'd rather throw soldiers away in situations that they're at a disadvantage rather than let the campaign go on too long. But usually if a campaign doesn't have a time limit, you see the Imperium do very, very well. The early parts of the Demaculus campaign were like that, except when the Imperium were taking too long. So they ended up having to push it in which case this house started having more battles to their advantage, and Imperium started suffering heavy losses, and then they eventually had to completely move out there anyway. The Demaculus, or whatever it's called. The town battlefield Gothic giving Tyranids a run for their money in terms of ordnance. That is literally a fight of how many torps and mantis can you lob at the enemy, see how well can you screen. Oh! Yeah, that is how the Tau do most of their battles in, from what I've seen. They try utilizing fighters and torpedoes. I think the main issue that the Tau have, like in extended campaigns, so you don't necessarily see this in like individual fights. And it's the same actually from the battlefield. Its style of fighting is very ammo and energy intensive. It's actually a similar issue that the Space Marines also have, you know, with the use of bolt guns. They can run out of ammunition. Guardsmen don't run out of ammunition. They use laser weaponry. The primary use of our weapons, like Guardsmen, the primary weapons they're going to have is plasma guns, las guns, and las cannons. Mainly las guns. But after las guns, it's generally things like plasma guns and las cannons. The more ammo intensive a weapon is, the less likely you're going to see it. The big exception is flamethrowers. They love the flamethrowers, but that being said, the Imperium is very good at making peripherum anywhere. They can make the fuel for flamethrowers literally anywhere. They can make the fuel for their tanks literally anywhere out of anything. That's meant to be one of the cool things about the Imperium. And for Guardsmen in general. Once the Tyranids get into melee range, because of course Tyranid ships have melee weapons, it's all over. But until then it's a slugging match. That's cool. But yeah, I think one of the things that makes the Tau struggle in campaigns is that pulse weapons are not energy weapons as far as I'm aware. They're projectile weapons. Even if they work like how most pulse weapons do, then they are projectile weapons. Their iron weapons also use a very special type of fuel, and their railguns also are projectile weapons. Their missiles, they rely upon a lot, obviously projectiles. Everything that they use is very material intensive or very energy intensive, but the types of energy that the way they produce energy is not always, you know, as easy as the Imperium is of, can I grow mushrooms here? And I can grow as much as I need for my fuel. I can cut down this tree and I've got fuel for anything I need. There we go. Yeah, I might have to give him a little flying stand.
What I'm hearing is, the Tau will eventually run out of ammo, but the humble lasgun reigns eternal.
Yeah, that's it doesn't really, I've not seen it matter too much in terms of, you know, for battlefield campaigns, like on planet side. So I imagine they probably don't have that too much issue once they can get themselves situated properly on a planet. But I have seen for Tau more than once in, you know, the space campaigns. For Tau often on the back foot when it comes to space battles. Because even if they can win the initial battles, it's as you said, they use torpedoes, they use mantas. And often when you're using them, I guess especially against things like the Imperium, you're losing them. You're not getting your mantas back after it goes out and starts doing bombing runs. Your tiger sharks are getting blown to pieces. And as a result, they have to have these very strong supply lines, maintaining like constant lines of supply. And because they travel so much slower through the Immaterium and, you know, across star systems than the Imperium does, it's a lot harder for them to maintain supply lines. So they have to constantly have movements of ships from one system to another system. With goods, oh, what's the word? Anticipating their own needs. So they're like, we're going to fire a load of torpedoes, so we're going to need torpedoes being delivered to us. We're going to be losing lots of mantas, so we need mantas delivered to us. And so they constantly have to have a lot of supply ships and merchant vessels doing a lot of runs, which I think is one of the reasons in Back to Fleet Gothic, the main like ships you see off the tower are actually merchant ships, because they have to have a lot of these vessels just constantly doing supply missions. And if they can't get their supply lines set up, then they will very quickly start losing space battles because they'll start running out. The Imperium can fire these giant laser cannons just eternally. We've got these seemingly infinite fuel sources on these giant vessels that they have. Oh, so yeah, everything's back to normal. I want to look at the stealth suits before we finish. Are they on 32mm basis? I think they are. Yep, 32mm. So it's this pack. Because I love the new Tau stealth suits. How do you build one though? Okay, what parts are actually for body? Because that's the difficult thing to tell here. It's a confusing mess. I think these are the body parts. Okay, I am correct. They are the body parts. The Tau have a naval renaissance, so they used to have no real standard navy, more like an armoured merchant marine. They have a full war fleet with their older merchant marine ships being phased out. Yeah. I think they still need, like, these supply lines, so I think they still utilise their merchant ships. As far as I'm aware, I thought they did. Or maybe that was just a thing of, like, they got phased into doing supply runs, but now they've got specialised runner ships for it. Actually, I don't even know if the tower are actually still on, do you know, the... Because that used to be one of the things about the tower. It's like, they struggle in ship combat. I wouldn't be surprised if they changed that law now. Three. What piece is number 3? I don't see a number 3 on this. Oh, here it is. A jump pack. That looks cool. That looks cool. A lot of faction can just start ramming other ships if they get low on ammo. Not sure Tau ships can do that. Yeah, like the main battleship of the merchant marine days was called the Explorer, because that's literally what it was. Was a repurposed Explorer vessel. Ooh. Honestly, you're probably a lot more aware of, you know, the Tau ships and stuff than I am. Because I never played Battlefield Gothic, so I only get tidbits from like various lore. And a lot of this time it's not necessarily accurate. Because I've not, as I said, I've not read the Tau lore books. "14 and 13. Where's the legs? Oh, okay. Okay, the Tau leg is here. It had no armor, so to speak of, limited gunnery, but it had a massive hangar space for survey deployments. Mantas work as both combat vessels and planetary survey and transport vessels. Mantas are just the workhorse of the Tau. If the Tau never designed the Manta, they probably would have never succeeded as well as they did. It's like wherever they need something, it's like, we need to kill a Titan. Manta! We need to get troops onto the surface of the planet. Manta! We need to explore this system. Get a Manta on it. Oh, this is looking cool. We need to fight enemy ships. Mantas. Is there anything the Manta can't do? Bring back my wife. Is she dead? No, no, no. She just hates me. Like, oh. Rough buddy. That's rough buddy. I don't think the Manta can stop your wife hating you. I mean, if you've got a Manta though, I mean, you might get a new wife. I mean, there might be a bit of a gold digger, but you never know. Oh, yeah. Okay, these guys look kind of cool. So they're dedicated combat ships. Have a shield reinforcing array called a deflector. Star Trek! This gives them a degree of armor resistance at the front as long as the system remains intact, so they can ram. They can ram! What? Oh my gosh, these battle suits are not small, are they? They're like the size of a space marine. With the way the feet are, it's makes me think of no, the feet are massive compared to a normal space marine, into a normal Tau. They must be fully robotic feet. They're a lot more complicated feet than the general Tau feet. Although I guess, yeah, he fits in there pretty nicely. Okay, I have heard people using new heads. Using Fire Warrior heads on these guys. Like, could a fire warrior head fit here? What do you think? Do you think that looks cool? Hello, John Acts. How are you doing? So 5 and 4. Oh, that's what these pieces are. They're like the headpiece. Okay. Wondered what they were. Or at least part of a headpiece. There's that ramming is very like the disable that system since it's the front of a ship. The Imperium ships have thick armor on the nose and sometimes even proud ram spikes. Yeah! So this goes into here anyway. But how like to talk about the Imperium using oversized, you know, battle robots? But honestly, looking at this, I don't think the Tower have much place to talk. Okay, never mind that. Especially considering how small the tower are. Like this. Or just a Tau Fire Warrior head. Nah, I like the stealth suit one. We could kit bash it, but nah. Nah. Stealth suit. Loving it. Ba, 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 ba. I'm loving it. Look at that. It turns a normal Tau Fire Warrior. A dude this big. Into this thing. Oh. Yeah, tower ramming doesn't sound like it'll be a very good idea. It'll be a very short-lived endeavor anyway. Yeah, I just want to check something. How powerful is a stealth battle suit? Stealth battle suit. We got 2 wounds of a toughness 4, 3 plus armor save. Oh my gosh, that's marine level. There's strength 4 as well. Only weapon skill 5. 2 attacks. It hit as hard as a space marine. How hard does one of the battle suits hit? 3 attacks, strength 5. Honestly, I kind of see it. What about the commander? 3 attacks, hits on 4, strength 5. Oh, they should be like strength 6. Yeah, I could definitely see why people complain about the commander. being a bit weak for what he is. Yeah, what do I want? And oh wait, can the commander have a fusion gun of a squad? That's what I need to know. New recruit. Okay, my stealth battle suits have. So for leader has homing beacon, pulse rifle, fusion blaster, marker drone gun. Okay, so they can have a fusion blaster. Okay, this first one I'm thinking will be for leader. Actually, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Because there's another character that can have that to stand on. Oh, I want them to stand. The leader needs a tactical rock. Actually, which one gets the tactical rock, if any of them? Or is it just a drone thing? Is a tactical rock just for a drone? Nope, there's a character with a tactical rock, it looks like. No, it's just a drone tactical rock. Yeah. Okay, so this one can be for leader. Oh, this would be cool. Forget that. What I'm thinking is to do something super cool. There we go. So I guess the biggest power weapon in the universe, the ship-sized power ram, it's basically like the light lancer weapon, but scaled up to ship scale. That makes sense. I like that idea. They don't seriously just go in here. I guess they do. I'm not missing anything, am I? No, apparently not. Okay, my cool idea is you take this arm and you go, what ya? I want it to be more like that. More like this. So it looks like they're throwing a pile of grenades. Dun 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 dun. Dun. Oh no, that was way too much glue. Oh no. Oh, did I not glue that in? Head was just balancing there while everything else is getting glued. Get grenaded! That looks cool. Okay, where's the fusion blaster anyway? Fusion blaster, do 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 do. Second fusion blaster, do do do. Where's? Okay, there's one there. There's one here. Good. Good, 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 good. Goody, goody, good and drops. So this will just go pile onto. Oh, it does. Perfect. You can tell this one's the leader because they're the one that's clever enough to decide throw grenades. None of the pins are pulled, but they know that throwing a grenade is very useful. Now that's an arc thing, you know, just throwing a grenade and not pulling the pin. Or pulling the pin and throwing the pin. Did you pull the pin on the grenade? Yeah. Did you throw the grenade? Which bit's the pin and which bit's the grenade? Oh, better luck next time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 5. There we go. Which arm go? 9 and 10. Okay, so this arm goes into this little slot at the side. Oh! Perfect. It goes into like that little slot there, right there. Oh. Oh, well, the arm is not perfect, my goodness. The arm, don't fall off, arm! Ogren's go one bet and just throw the entire box of grenades at once. I mean, she is just throwing her entire belt of grenades. I say she just because I'm thinking of Pariah Nexus. Not Pariah Nexus, the Exodite. In which Shashil was a woman. A very silly, naive woman. No, that's the wrong side. Oh, the entire model does not want to stick together. No! You go. Exodite's animation for Tau make me think of a Halo 4. You know, when we get there. Oh yeah, I forgot Halo. I've not done Halo 4 yet. Oh, the stupidest thing about that entire animation though is just the battle suits bussing around a Titan. I think the goal was just to get close to the Titan, like for getting out of its weapons fire range, only to find it had more weapons. This goes on for... Okay, well, to get rid of the arm. Please. Work with me, battle suit. The Tau don't want me having a battle suit. It's confirmed. So you go there. You go here. Like that. Hi, that guy over there. In Darktide, Aegon's get a box of grenades. A rock or a mine they throw. Cool. And of course, rock is the strongest for a single target. That makes no sense, but you know, it's Aegon's. Doesn't have to make sense. Okay, you just It said it slots into... Why does it no longer fit? Oh, this is upsetting me. It fit before. Okay, just stick. Stick to your guns. No, it's not that way. It's this way. Right. Ah! Stupid battle suit. Now your head sticks on. You fell off your base though. I mean, would you want to now go into... I mean, if we're playing cat, sure. So you go there, and your arm fell off again. So, arm, here, and followed the instructions. All I did was give you a little grenade to throw. That's the only way I went off the instructions at all. And it's on the other arm. Okay, it doesn't slot into there, never mind, I was reading it wrong. It slots above it, apparently. At least that makes more sense. There you go. Like this. On top of it. Oh gosh, these stupid grenade arms falling off now. Work with me, please, you stupid battle suit. Why is this harder to put together than for blooming crisis battle suits?
Rock go through first plate of armor, but not fast enough to go through back plate of armor, but okay Gus heretic juice paws out front.
Yeah. Imagine being a Chaos Space Marine. Cupcon had a conjuring accident. Turn this into an accident soon. Turn you all into accidents. Yeah, these are tougher. Good. I was holding this a bit too tight and I started feeling it buckle. Okay, never mind. They're not that tough. There's a little gap between the things now. Oh no.
My mom always tell me I was an accident Cupcon. You don't need to tell me.
No, you're not an accident. No. Oh gosh. Now sad. There we go. Oh no. Destroyed her, but it was mutually assured. There we go. Space Marine versus Tau Battleshoot. But Tau really do highlight the inefficiencies of the Imperium. Oh, darn it. There's got to be nothing left of this. It's all just going to be melted plastic soon enough. I don't like the design of how these arms work on these stupid suits. It makes no actual sense. It would be better if they didn't have the hollow inside and it was just solid inside. Like that hollow thing, it's just too... Oh. My tummy hurts really badly still. I like how they look, the Tau battle suits, but some
Stealth helm looks so goofy. In fact, it's taller and broader from the side than the normal helmet. This is not how you stealth, silly fish.
I feel like the stealth battle suits. Oh, I mean, the stealth battle suits are stealth because they have like stealth field generators. But I feel like it's very similar to how modern stealthcraft work. They're not stealthy because it's hard to see them. They're stealthy because your systems can't pick them up. I think that's generally the kind of vibe we're trying to go with these Tau, with the battle suits. They kind of remind me of, the... Is it a B-52? And the F-27? Two, like, super stealth craft that are very angular, even though angles are kind of bad for stealth. It's fine, though, because, the stealthy angles. Okay. We'll go with these bits. B2. Oh, B2 and F117. Yeah, not B52 for B2. And F117, not 27. Yeah, because they're very... That's the kind of vibe I get from these guys anyway. Raiders and such can't detect it, so it can do whatever they want on the battlefield. IOL, no one has overseeing big person looking over a war table, yeah. You kind of have to if you are at war, though. You don't have a single person, but generally what you're going to have is people who are... Like, do you know all of the anti-aircraft weapons? You're going to have certain people who are just... Their entire job is to look at your anti-aircraft weapons. Like 24/7 pretty much. Because... One, they need to stop false positives if there's a false positive. And two, they need to be aware of if something is a false negative. Like, is that a bird? No, it can't be a bird. It's traveling too quickly. Take it down. Is that a slow-flying, very big bird? No, it's a slow-flying plane. Or drone. Actually, incredibly important aspect. Yeah, the Tau battle suits though the stealth suits remind me of that sort of design aesthetic. Yeah. 55. 31. I just wanted to see if the legs could be mixed and matched. It doesn't feel like they can be. Oh, why did my internet just suddenly stop? Reload. Live chat. There we go. I think the whole modern USAF wing has Stealth Raptor, Lightning, B2, B1. Yeah. Most of the modern fighters and the multi-purpose craft at the moment are, you know, stealthy. They're not the stealthiest. You've also got drones and missiles and stuff that are designed to trick systems. There we go. There we go. This piece. If this piece should, yeah, that one attaches. Sad. I want to be able to mix and match legs and bodies. It feels like you should be able to, but you can't. Oh gosh, I am really good at this today of just accidentally putting way too much glue on something. Do 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 do. Let's go with burst cannon. And we need to put a little, it's not got any shoots on it. We need a little Gatling cannon. You know the crazy thing is, right? That Tau literally just decided, screw it, we're giving some basic troops. We're giving our stealth troops Gatling cannons. Like, that sounds like something the Imperium would do. Like, do you know the Scout Warhound Titan? Yeah, we're just giving them, you know, mini Gatling cannons and giant burning stars. Well, things that spit lava at things and cause a mini fusion reaction. Because haha, that would be hilarious. I mean, the ghost kill is also meant to be a stealth thing, yet when you look at it, it's very clearly got a fusion, an automatic fusion gun. Cannon. Still up to reset your sleep schedule. Good luck! I swear I had a mini head here. Did I knock it off when I punched it? Good luck, Blair Boris. There it is. So many robots. We built 4 robots today. Only 4. It's been hard. Some of these robots haven't wanted to go together very well. Look at them though. Sounds like a skill issue. Maybe it is. But maybe I also need to just, you know, punch you in the face of being a meanie pants. What is this? Neon Evangelion? Evangelion? Evangelion! Yes, yes it is. That's exactly what it is. Did you see Fudomoko will be singing the ending for season 3 of Reborn as a vending machine? There's so many things that's wrong with that sentence. Of I want to ask about with that sentence. 1, what's a Fudomoko? 2, what's Reborn as a vending machine? 3, why does it have a season 3? Get him for Eva, Sasho. That's an awful way of saying Fudomoko. I am now going to unsubscribe for not knowing who they are. The twins and Hollow Live. Oh, the dog people? Furamoko? Furamoko? You sound like you caught. That sounds like you caught from a slur. You sound like a slur. What? You be better. Had a long stream. I've been struggling to build robots and now I've got my mods just being mean to me. Okay, 47. I think that goes with them. 77, 75. and 36. How does a vending machine wander? Exactly. Well, we're born as a vending machine. Now wander a dungeon is about someone getting isekai into another world as a vending machine, and now we're wandering a dungeon. That explains absolutely nothing. Hollow 5 has truly stooped low if this is what's happening. Oh no! I assume it wobbles more than walks. Ah, how does a vending machine wander? I know.
Oh yes, I have new pills to take and they're 12-hour instead of 4-hour.
Yeah, I guess. Is that a yay? Yes, it is. Yay! Vending machine, for MC vending machine with eyes. I hope they explain some things of this episode because I now need to watch 2 whole seasons of it. No, you could just listen to the music. You don't need to watch the anime. Japan
took one look at the moment in Bayverse Transformers where the All-Spark transforms the vending machine and went yes, that.
True. Oh no. No, not that. Not that. Please, anything but that. The posters for anime are hilarious. It's very common posters of all the characters where they're doing poses and stuff and a vending machine. You will remember for Bayfus, I force you. I don't remember for Bayfus. I remember there being a really weird tiny robot that got turned by the Allspark and it's going blah 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 blah. And then they interrogated it and tortured it. You know, the good guys did that. Because that's what good guys do, apparently, according to the Bayverse. Also, good guys do things like say, "Give me your face!" and whip somebody's head off. Yeah, you know, the guy known for being a paragon of virtue and tolerance. Give me your face! Yeah, he just absolutely murks a bunch of, you know. Are we sure they're the bad guys? Cupcon, do you have a Switch? I have a Switch. Hello, Nanovate. It's all in for lens flare glory. Do you mean Star Trek? If you're talking about lens flare, the new Trek is great for lens flare. Ooh, I want to see you play Pokapia. What's Pokapia? Pokapia. Pokapia, Pokapia, Poka. Bayfus Optimus as a psycho, and I love it. Oh, I'm not sure. I do. But to each their own, I suppose. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we go. And I need to get another one of these up. Dum ba dum ba dum ba dum ba dum. Get another one of these up. Ba dum. Pokatopia. Pokatopia. Pokatopia for new Pokemon Animal Crossing like game where you play as a Ditto. Oh, that doesn't sound good. It's highly addictive. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Now, Switch 2s are expensive. I've already got a Switch 1. The Switch 2 games are also expensive. I've got Warhammer to buy. I can't be doing other stuff. Oh, darn it. You attach here. Is there any Warhammer game on Switch? I mean, maybe it's one of the Space Marine games. Apparently there's never been a successful invasion of Catachan by either Tyranids or Care. I don't think they have the Tyranids ever invaded Catachan. I can't remember. What do you mean Warhammer can wait? Warhammer can never wait, except when I'm super ill. In which case it has to wait. Sure, Warhammer sure seems it can when it's paint time. Look, I'm trying to paint as well. Do you just come in here because you wanted to bully me? Is that it? And just comes here and says I'm not taking any prisoners. And just wails on me. So I'm bad at winking, but I have plenty of prisoners. That's not a good thing. There we go. Explosions! Apparently there's never been successfully. Have the Tyranids ever actually invaded? I don't know if they have. I didn't think they did, but they might have. Pretty sure I've actually asked this question before and I can't remember what the answer was. Like on another day. A while back. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm surprised that this kill team doesn't have any of the guys in like a flying or landing pose. Considering I think stealth battle suits can fly and jump pack about. Flying isn't very stealthy. Again, they have a stealth field they can generate around themselves. It doesn't have to be stealthy. Stealth field. Bunch of nerds. They are nerds. That's what the Tau are. You not under... They have big old mecha weeb suits. I mean, look at that dude. Look at him go. It's like... Big old fusion gun and a Gatling gun and a plasma Gatling gun and a big old force field. And he's crushing an orc's skull under his foot. Oh, it's beautiful. Tom Clancy never needed a stealth field. Yeah, Tom Clancy wasn't up against Space Marines. Also, Tom Clancy sucks. No Jason Statham, I can tell you that much. Is that a buckler? No, it's a force field generator. That shapes like a buckler. He might have, maybe, yes, maybe it's like trying to fight like some big old giant thing. I don't know. Big old robot. Tom Clancy doesn't suck. What do you mean he doesn't suck? Have you ever read Tom Clancy? Dude sucks more than a non-zero amount of potassium nitrate.
Parries the Bloodthirster axe. Parry this, you filthy casual. Blasts the Bloodthirster in the face with the fusion gun.
Ow! You throw a little cupcake at me. So mean. Oh, so yes, that's exactly what would happen. I would try to parry it. I'm not sure how well he could parry the amount of Bloodthirster attacks, but he would certainly try. He got 4+ invulnerable save, so he could parry half of them that land. Only toughness 5. Okay, you don't get to have this one. It'll be on the other guy. Da 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 da. Don't talk smack about our favourite dead franchise. Wait, is Tom Clancy still going? Not going anymore. I thought it was still going. Tom Clancy is dead. Oh! I never knew that. But some of his stuff still has goings on for his estate or whatever, I think. Oh. Now that's where I find out that Tom Clancy was the writer. Jack Ryan is a Tom Clancy. Oh! I don't know what Jack Ryan is. Honestly, the Tom Clancy stuff is not really my cup of tea. I know of Tom Clancy Ghost Recon, and I know that there's another one with a bunch of planes in it. And I could never get into it. I should think I would. This is all military stuff. They made an online seasonal shooter and it obviously didn't work. I think I actually heard of that. So EA took Tom back and shot. No!
Hey Cup, do you like the hunt for Red October? What if I told you it's Tom Clancy, the main character is Jack Ryan?
No, I don't like it because I don't know what it is, actually. I know what Hunt for Red October is. But no, not a big fan. Coexist. Hi, Meta. And be like, give them for honkers and no. You can't give them that stuff. They're like lizard people. They're fish people. I have a lot of faith in Conjure to remember the name of a movie made in the 90s. What's the 90s? Is that like Hollywood? I'm joking. And why do they have hooves? Because fish have hooves. Case in point, seahorse. Why would it be called a horse if it didn't have hooves? She can barely remember the start of the stream. There's a start of the stream. Oh gosh, my tummy hurts so badly. Hi, stranger. Because a great to good demands it. No. Amazing stuff's happening in Britain. What do you mean amazing stuff? Oh, I've heard that they're trying to, you know, make direct messages. You have to get age verification if you want to do direct messages anymore. Which sounds like hell. Good. I'm getting sick of messaging. Message directly by British people except Cupcake. I'm British. I don't want to have to age verify myself onto Discord and stuff. When they've had so many identity leaks already. Oh gosh. The hens accept Cupcon. Yeah, but it affects me too. It's evil. Evil. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Evil. Did I even glue? I did glue the base. It just decided it really didn't like the base. Okay, shoulder pads. So we got... Oh gosh. This thing to stick on. I want to do the drones of the Fire Warriors because... Not for Fire Warriors, for these guys. Because the drones are different looking. Look cool. No. Get onto this. There we go. So we finally did it. We've got the stealth suits. The stealth suits are kind of cool, but they are not fun to build. The arms are the issue and the stupid shoulder pads. Really not a fan of them. Yeah, these sturdy. Crisis battle suits were quite fun though. Came out pretty nice. They've also got bucklers. And this dude is a very, very nice model. It's beautiful. Oh, Okay, so there's a couple of bits that need to kind of be put on top of one of the suits now. I'll put it on top of the commander suit. That's what these are for. Turns out. So which one's the commander? It's a guy with a grenade. That's what I decided to the commander. Sage wisdom is required. There we go. Click. Go down. Warhammer. Oh, Talan posted the posters of the vending machine. Oh my gosh, that looks so stupid. The vending machine thing. I know you're an expert at not painting, but I feel these skills are transferable. Guys, I need help. I keep starting the assembly of new squads, but I don't finish them. I'm currently building because I'm painting like 6 different photos. Pick one thing that you need to build. That you want to paint and just do that. Just undercoat one of the things and start painting it. The only way. Okay, so it wants 28mm basis. Or one of the drones. And there's 2 drones.
I'm not qualified to give that type of help.
Yeah, you're not Cuptle. Nah, nothing new yet. Wait till tomorrow. They gave us so much new stuff on Monday. So what type of drones do we have for our stealthy boys down here? Gun drone and a marker drone. Okay. So I need 28mm basis. There's one. It was like 3 28mm bases. Okay. Let's check 28mm. Yes, they are. Good, 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 good. So, what do we put on for 28mm? One of them is a token. That's an important thing to know. Oh gosh. It's just whatever this thing is. The other one is one of the drones, which we start with this tactical rock. We then stick a flying base in the tactical rock. And then drone bits. Well, here's one bit of a drone. So this is for marker drone. Oh no, is that part of a gun drone? That might be part of a gun drone. Oh, this is a marker drone bit. Here we go. And it's this piece here that goes with it. So, glue here, glue that to there. Wonk, other way. So it glues like that. Also, it's not one of these flying base pieces. Oh gosh, it's stuck now. The one bit that wasn't glued in, it got stuck. Okay, we want the ones that have a little barbel end on it. Okay, I can't find any. I've got one, but I need two. The rest of them are the ones that just have a stick end on. Yeah, I think I might actually have one in my Cleanos box. Go into here. My bits box might save us. Here we go. My bits box did save us. Little bobbly end. Hi, funky fans such as the Might of a Tyrant Pyre. See, this doesn't have a normal inchy hole. Kind of looks like something out of Star Wars. Oh, it doesn't have big antennas on top. So that thing goes into here, and that thing goes on the base. And it barely fits in the base. That's not coming out. And then the next one is the gun drone. Oh, darn it. Another clear thing just fell off the table. Never find it. No, never mind. It's like there. Okay, then drone head. Then we got this thing, and then all we need is the Tau Shooty McShooties. For pulse carbines. Pulse carbines are one of the cooler Tau weapons. Oh, there it is. I was like, where did I put the other one? 32-inch pulse carbines. I do find it funny where pulse carbines are meant to be a relatively short-range weapon, as far as the tower concerned. But if you go with experimental weapons, pathfinders, and then go for the drone, that increases your range of your pulse carbines. You can get 32-inch range ones, which make them outrange most other weapons, like at least, infantry weapons. Ugh. Yeah, it doesn't want to come out. There we go. Little cute droney drone. Meow. Do. Have you realised most factions have funny little guys? The Imperium is the most disturbing, with their funny little guys being cherubs and servo skulls. The Tau have their little drone friends. The Photon have their little robot friends. The Tyranids have the Rippers. The Demons have those little weird corn demons and Nurglings. Saint has his little crows. Slanesh doesn't have any funny little guys. Probably for the best. What other funny little guys are there? Oh no, I think that's it. No, Orcs. Orcs have the Grots, obviously. They're the funny little guys. And the Squigs. And the Eldar. But Eldar don't have funny little guys. No! We got the Aspect Shrine tokens, I guess. I need to change that keyword. Oh, TA got it! Yay! Look at him dance. But here we go. There's our Tau Code Star battle suit, which is absolutely massive compared to the crisis suits it's meant to lead, and it seems absolutely insane that he's so big. Or that they're so small. Our Sunforged crisis suits, though, they're pretty cool. Someone was bound to. It's a target-rich environment. It is. It is. And then we got our stealth suits. Grenade be upon ye. Grenade belt be upon ye. I wanted that arm to be in a cooler pose, but it just wouldn't stick. I like our stealth suits. I don't think the head is goofy. I like it. Like I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna punch you with my tiny little punchy arms. That's the one thing the Tau suits have in common with one another. They all have tiny arms of a size. Like, look at his tiny little arms. He's got funny little arms. Funny little arms, and their arms don't feel as undersized. Their arms don't seem that bad, only because... Actually, no, it still does seem pretty bad. But it's half of it because of how crouched he is. And this guy has tiny little arms. Tiny little nubs. The T-Rexes. We've been calling them fish this entire time, but really, they're actually Tyrannosaurus Rexes of the Tau. And look how tiny this guy's arms are. You can't even see them. That's true stealth. You got a jackpot for 50,000. Nice. Did the points go through for you, T8? It didn't. It didn't give you your points for your getting the star. I'll give you your points. Add. No. Give sprinkles at T. It's TA. There you go. Hopefully that worked. Yeah! It's a sprinkle-rich environment. Little drony drones. Look at the big eye. Oh, beep, 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 beep. Definitely feels like something out of Star Wars. Although that, like, I feel it's a big aesthetic of a towel for like this kind of Star Wars, Star Trek-y aesthetic we got going on. How much? It's like 120. Yeah, look, I accidentally added a couple of zeros. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, it's compensation for, you know, it not working properly. Not giving you the sprinkles. You gotta give them a good compensation. It's how you stop yourself getting sued. And how you keep the return customers. You know? She insults my first spin. She cheapens my jackpot. So mean. So mean. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming to the stream today. Big love hearts too. It's been a very long stream. Tomorrow we've got no stream going on. But Friday we're back in RimWorld. And over weekend we're back to painting. Yeah. I'll get the drones of these guys built off stream. Because, you know, might as well. Oh. I think he's only got 2 shield drones. I don't think I gave him gun drones. But goodbye, everyone. Thanks for coming to the stream. I'm going to end now. Yeah, we'll be able to take care of yourself, be kind to others and vice versa. Don't forget to like the stream if you haven't liked it already. And work hard, play harder, all of that good stuff. Dream of cupcakes, but don't eat cupcakes. The fun's not food. Whee! Ah! Painting weekend, yeah.